All right. Well, good morning, everybody. We are live here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. A beautiful Thursday morning in the Central Coast. The waves were bombing yesterday. We had a very large swell that was affecting Hawaii and then up north and down here, and it was just too big to run the contest here in Morro Bay yesterday. But today it is on. The swell ebbed a little bit. Waxhead, good morning. Do you know the official? It was 17-second intervals yesterday with whatever seas. It was massive. And today a little smaller. And this morning was wild and woolly, but with the tide doing its thing like most mornings, it sort of calms down as the sun rises. And men's round of 32 is hitting the water here shortly.
Well, the facts and figures was meant to be 12 feet at 17 seconds, and it turned out to be more like 15 feet plus at 18 seconds.
Oh,
with
wow.
some of the buoys saying 20 seconds.
Well,
so that's raw power. And then today, 8 to 10 feet faces, which is very realistic from what we're seeing on the cam with the sets. Back down to 15 seconds, still that west-northwest primary direction, with a little bit of jumbled up southwest swell mixed in, but for the most part it's going to stay this size all day. The period will slowly dissipate, and on the lower tide we might find it a little easier to paddle out, but we're still going to see some bombing sets coming through the pylon and the rock.
well, there we go. Matt Janowski, the science of swell reading, and it all makes a big difference. So I'm sure a lot of these surfers went up and down the coast and had a great time yesterday, maybe diving into some bigger surf, riding bigger boards, challenging themselves. And if they did, to paddle out into this today is like small play. But they have to shift gears and get, back into that high performance mode, not the survival mode of maybe yesterday, and put it all on the line. So in this first heat coming up, we have Levi Slauson, Blair Barton, Hagen Johnson, and John Mell.
And on that, the judging criteria for today will be based around big single major moments. Committed surfing is the call of the day. Once again, if you can combine that with speed, power, and flow with combinations, it's no doubt going to be an excellent score. But single major moves will be scored highly, and the judges will be looking to differentiate between excellent and below average on that level of commitment.
Wow. Hey, well, looking on the cam, and for the viewers at home, thanks for joining us. You see a few free surfers out there. So free surfers, if you guys can come in, because the heat will begin here in a few minutes. I thought I was looking at just the competitors, but there's 3 or 4 free surfers out there. And what will be interesting is we haven't really even seen any of the free surfers riding any waves yet, so there's a ton of lump and bump. How will the competitors navigate? You can see in that drone angle how much sidewash and current and lump there is that's going to be possibly affecting them on the faces of the wave.
See the finger rock there?
Yeah.
So out behind there you can see a swell line. So looking from down south up north, there was waves breaking behind Morro Rock yesterday.
I went out around the other side, the harbor side,
Wow.
and walked out to the point, and it was raw energy. I mean, there was, I don't know, I was saying 25, 30-foot face, possibly bigger. There was really no gauge to how big it was.
Yeah.
All I could tell was the thundering crash and how big the explosions against the rocks and the break wall were.
Yep.
It made the break wall look like it was 6 feet tall, and actually it's 25 plus and like 50 feet across.
For sure.
And these monsters were just thundering against it.
Raw power.
It was really pretty wild. I had to run at one point. We are about to count down, so that's it. Free surfers, make your way in. I'm counting in the surfers. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Matt Janowski, Jeff Baldwin, we are here for the action all day long. Round of 32, Heat 1 in the water in the red. Levi Slauson, Blair Barton, Hagen Johnson, and John Mell. What will the boys put on the line today? So much power. Can they meet the power with the power, you know? And this is what they've trained for, and that's That's why they're here. And so many of these guys have been around the world and competed in heavy conditions, different than some of those earlier rounds we saw when the waves were big. So as we get further into the rounds, the level's going up a bit.
Well, it's very
more rounded surfers, I guess.
It's not too dissimilar to the the Pan American Games that were held down there recently, and they had anything from 4 up to 10 feet powerful lefts, and it just goes to show the endurance that some of these surfers need to apply. We talk a lot about I guess the logistics of getting out through against the rock and through the current, but when you're in a heat scenario and you need to get back out and put your best foot forward, that's where the fitness element will come into it. And you may not see super high performance surfing today, and if you do, you're going to be rewarded excellent, but you will need to be getting those 2 good waves, and that's going to be a challenge in itself with these conditions.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And even where they take off, it might look like a really beautiful canvas for them to paint that picture on, and all of a sudden underwater, some current, some lump, the foam, who knows? I wonder what they've elected to surf if they went up to their step up or beyond.
Yeah.
Maybe change of fins,
And they'll be identifying which waves are offering that scoring opportunity, because set waves, as we saw the day before last, some of them were the best waves of the day, and they went unridden. So if the surfer is comfortable in those conditions, has the right equipment, they're going to be able to capitalize on those set waves. But otherwise, if they're undergunned, they're going to have to be taking off in mid-sized waves and really groveling for their scores. The judges don't want to see that. They want to be seeing single major moves, and if you can combine that with a combination of maneuvers that are in the critical part of the wave, you'll be rewarded very highly.
Well, and you can just see from the drone angle for the viewers at home, I mean, it looks like they're potentially out there for a downwind paddle. The side current coming off the Morro rocks is 3-foot swell lines that's ribbing along the face of the wave. So it'll be interesting to see how they find the space to move within it.
And we had a 4.6 feet high tide at 6:30, but it's not a very big one. You can see on the shoreline, which we'll get an angle of at some stage, there's a lot of sand already located, but this time yesterday it was full of turbulence. The whole bay was full of white water with a huge high tide surge, and we have a low tide at 107, 1.4 feet. So towards the middle of the day, we'll see more access for these surfers to be able to paddle out, more rips, more currents. Maybe that paddle out by the rocks will become more apparent. But at the moment, we're seeing bombing sets with no scoring. I mean, the surfers haven't even let any good waves go. None have come through that have allowed any type of scoring so far in the first 3.5 minutes, Baldy.
Amazing. You saw the power of that, the drone angles. Levi just getting washed back in after duck diving that one. I mean, it is turbulent, and you were, alluding to yesterday, the thickness of the foam when it's like this. There's so much air in the water, you can't even make up ground trying to paddle because you're just in whipped cream.
Yeah.
And they're not riding guns, so even the momentum of paddling and their buoyancy, everything changes because they are riding their high-performance possible step-ups. But that's what they're used to, and
when you see an event on the calendar in Central California, at this time of the year, it would be wise to consider a step-up board.
Or more. I mean, and a lot of them probably packed some boards because they were aware of the swell to come.
Yeah.
And we saw it a few years in a row. What was it, 2 years ago when Kei Kobayashi won? He had a bigger board. Cam Richards, who's no stranger to big wave surfing Hawaii a lot, he made the final, and he was saying he was undergunned, just, little bit of a brain freeze, didn't really register the raw power that this Central Coast area provides when the swell does hit.
Well, some of the surfers coming back from the World Juniors and also coming up from Santa Cruz, if they're flying, they have limited baggage.
Yeah, that's right. That's the other, traveling the world with equipment, unless you're going on Hawaiian to Hawaii, right, which has made it a little easier on the pocketbook.
Yep.
It's an expensive endeavor to travel around with a couple of coffins full of boards.
Definitely a shout out to Hawaiian. They did rectify their baggage policy, courtesy of a little nudge from some of the surfers, Billy Kemper included, recently, and they were a pleasure to fly with recently.
Here we go, Levi Slauson. First taker, big backside jam. So there's that one maneuver, just a quick hit, not a lot of opportunity in the space of the wave. Does well, and I wonder how many of the surfers might elect to belly in towards the south to try to get back into that current and go back along the rock. We'll see, because if you get caught inside paddling out, you're just going to duck dive and get pushed up the beach towards the north.
Yeah, smart surfing from Levi, just pulling the trigger on that, and it will be so imperative to finish. Here we go. Nice backside hammer under the... Well, he sort of hit that lip and projected forward, so it's all foamy, but really difficult to land that. As we talked about the turbulence, that's exactly what the doctor ordered at this point in the heat, and he's going to be out to an early lead, and looking like the judges are dropping a 6.75 for Levi. A 6.75.
Well, a healthy opener for Levi. That little close-in replay of him reminded me of the World Juniors finals at Seaside, where he came runner-up to Jarvis Earl. Again, it was big down there.
Pumping lefts,
and it was the reef off into the freight train right beach break. So now it's John Mell up on his forehand, getting one of those in-between waves. You can see navigating between the lumps and the bumps, doing well. But again, that left just pushing down the beach for him.
Nothing major yet, but nice, clean, open face. And if he had it, and it looks like he'll scoop out the back without having to do a series of duck dives. I'm hoping that's the case for him, as you can see out there. So 22 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. We have scores to drop for green. Red's last wave, a 6.75, a 6.75. And for those joining us, we are sharing the beach commentary with the live webcast, so at times we will be yelling at these surfers to get the message across, because that is of most importance. No offense to those viewers at home.
No. They can turn the monitor down. Yes, wise surfing 2 from John Mell. John gets a 3.5, but you wondered with the wash-through sets, all of a sudden there was a bit of the smaller stuff, and one came to him smart to just get himself on the board. You never know what's going to happen, even though they extended the heat by 5 minutes, 30-minute heats, top 2 waves. It's a bit of a grab bag out there, and so getting one early-ish on to at least establish yourself and, knowing that he knows the sort of the cadence, the timing between the sets. He could get a wave and sneak back out without 1,000 duck dives. He's got a score, and here we go. Hagen Johnson going against the grain on his forehand.
Nice and foamy this one, and he hits that one off the top and goes complete as well. So all 3 surfers completing their first waves, and that's imperative. Look at these sets rolling in, Bodie.
Yeah, you wonder. He's like, I better take one under and before the set, which is kind of what John did.
And he's coming in. He's going to paddle around most likely. Yeah, he's paddling to the corner. So we wonder where John is, because it wasn't a mistake taking that wave, but was a lot of work. And there's Blair's been washed in with Levi, so that there's no advantage to any surfers. They all got washed in.
Yeah, we don't know where John is at the moment. He was down on the beach, but this replay of Hagen, I love how he could weave into that. The lip line kind of just was wobbly, didn't give him that full opportunity to tag it, but did well again in that bounce, did the layback. Almost looked like he wasn't going to ride out, but does. And you don't want to make those mistakes, right? You commit to riding a wave in these wild conditions, and
so I wonder what leashes they're using as well. We'll find out later on, because that'll be super important.
Oh, here's John way on the inside. So he must have tried to sneak back out and just got washed, and now is electing to.
Well, they're all together, so there's no advantage or disadvantage to any of those surfers. It's just Blair hasn't got that opening wave yet, so he'll be starting to think, okay, I've got to reset. I have a 20-minute heat, and I'm going to get a message across to these surfers if they can hear us right now. 19 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. A 4.5 for White's last wave. A 4.5.
Wow, that was interesting. So you saw that Blair just taking a little breather, sitting up on his board after, however many waves he's had to duck dive, giving the water a little slap. Like, are you serious? I just cannot combat it at the moment. Levi making some headway. War of attrition. And, yeah, we saw from the drone angle, John sweeping on the inside, looking like he might have been trying to make his way back up into the rocks to get around like Hagen Johnson had done. Yeah, I was going to say, when the guys get outside again and maybe between a set, we can give a shout out for them to raise their hands if they can hear us.
That's Hagen paddling out against the Morro rock, and he's just got that small little channel. The closer you go to the rocks, basically on the rocks, there's a small passage, much like when you're paddling out. If there's any Californians or Floridians tuning in, you know about those piers. You can paddle out in between the pylons, and that turbulence can give you just a little bit of a path, even in the sketchiest of times. Didn't work for me at Cayucas yesterday, but nonetheless, that is giving a nice path for him, and he's going to sneak out and probably get out there just the same time, but with half the amount of duck diving as his competitors.
Yeah, and it's amazing. You can be tucked up against that rock with those 10-foot surges crashing and be really safe. It's like a little happy harbor.
Yep.
No matter how violent it's looking, you're safe tucked behind, and then you can jet out. Hagen, your opening wave was a 4.5. Levi, your first wave was a 6.75. John Mel, your first wave was a 3.5. There's just under 18 minutes now, and priority is blue, then red.
And down the beach, we have blue up and riding. This is Blair's first wave. We'll catch up with the camera shortly. Here we go. This is his third turn. Clean off the top. He's eyeing off this section down the line, and he hammers that, and he rides out. So opening wave there for Blair. 17 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. That was a nice settling first wave there for Blair after all that duck diving.
Yeah, so different than John's. He got a bit more, the wave gave him a bit more opportunity to go vertical into the lip a few times. And here's Levi on his backup wave. Again, screaming down the beach on his backhand and throws it up into a big frothy section. So it looks like both surfers electing to belly in, and they'll do the run around. Do you remember a bunch of years ago, were you watching the U.S. Open when it was that? Was it 2 years ago?
Yep.
Giant, and the women's round, one of the women's round, they were literally running from the pier 600 yards back down the beach. It was intense.
Standing on that and yelling out to Sophie McCulloch, who was actually so far out, she was around the corner of the pier, where not at the end, but sort of it juts back around.
Yeah.
And I said to her, go through the pier, because this wave was coming straight out of the south swell. She went through the pier, went through the other side, and ran all the way up the beach. She had 11 minutes to go, or 10 minutes to go, paddled out about 600 feet back up the beach, got out, and got one more wave, and that was one of the results that got her onto the championship tour at the end of the year. You just think those little 1% moments?
Yeah.
Like Levi here, perhaps, and so he picked this one. Great opening carve here, and he hammers that one like his first wave. So a combination of maneuvers there, carrying speed, power, and flow.
Very nice. Well, we're waiting on that score to come in for you, Levi. Blair, your opening wave, a 5.5. Nice and easy. We see him doing the runaround. We can deliver the score easily.
And that's his coach there, too.
Yeah, Levi's just cruising. He's like, all right, I got 2 good waves. I got a 6.75 on my 1-turn opener. That one, 2 major turns. And out the back, Hagen Kelly on his next wave. Big right-hander. Not much opportunity other than the sort of down carve off the foam there. But again,
so we have Levi and Blair paddling out. Levi, your last wave was a 6.9, and Blair, your last wave was a 5.5. We have 15 minutes remaining. Hagen has got a score still to drop, but Levi out in the lead. Blair needing an 8.15 to go into first, but still a score to drop from White. So John Mel, 4th place, only needing a 2.01 to go into second. So Levi's the only one who's had 2 waves, with that second wave of Hagen still to drop.
Well, I'm sure that next heat, Corey Arambidi, Xavier Math, Sage Ginaldo, and Jake Davis are all checked in.
So
I like that. I liked the pace. Levi was just cruising, walking up the beach, not what is it, like jumping to get back out real quickly. He's cruising.
So, Blair, you now need a 2.8 to go into second. You're now into third spot. Hagen's last wave was a 3.8 in white, so red in the lead, white in second, blue needing a 2.8, and green needing a 4.8.
So did you see yesterday when we came down to see if the event was going to be on? It was wild. The water was all the way up to the sand dunes, and someone had been trying to free surf, and I saw him running down the beach. Didn't know where they were going, and they walked back with a random board.
Wow.
Yeah, there was.
They had a second board with them.
No, it was just some other random board, I think.
Wow.
Because after they left, it was just sitting here in the competitors area. Everyone was like,
maybe a leash snapped and.
No, the leash was wrapped around the tail, and it was odd. A JS that was painted red on the bottom, so who knows where that board came from.
Swept off the sand.
Swept off the sand.
Wow. And the leash was still wrapped around the fence.
It was coiled around the tail, yeah.
Bizarre.
It was very bizarre.
A boat, maybe?
Who knows?
So if there's any parts of any boats washing up, we'll be very concerned.
Yes. So Levi Slauson in the red, out in the lead with a 6.75 and a 6.9. Hagen Johnson with two waves, a 4.5 and a 3.8. Blair Barton with a 5.5 in third, and John Mell in the green has priority, has one wave only, a 3.5. So things will shuffle quickly once he gets his next ride. John, there's just over 12 minutes. You're in fourth. You have first priority. You need a 4.8 to get up into second. Your first wave was a 3.5. Can you hear me? It's hard to tell. Raise your arm if you can hear me. John, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. There we go. Thank you. We were having that problem 2 days ago. A lot of the competitors coming in, no matter what we would say, they were coming in saying, we can't hear what they're talking about. It was that offshore, side shore. We didn't know what was going on.
The wind was coming from that north direction into the bay, and the onshore wind was making it more difficult as well. But if we had the, more of a south wind, it might blow it back out there.
So nothing. It's uncomfortable to surf a heat on braille, so to speak, where you don't know what position you're in. Obviously, you can look in and see where you are in the priority rotation, but you don't know, what your competitors' scores are. All you see is fins from behind, spray. You're like, was that a 5 or an 8? And they're so used to knowing where they sit in these heats in real time. Here we go. Blair Barton looking for his backup. An inside, smaller right, but he's going to tag it. I like the extension through that finishing turn. So Blair only needing a 2.8 to get up into second. Lots of time. 10.5 minutes left. Priority is with green. Second priority again with red. Oh my. Thank you to the donut shop that provided us the goods this morning. Gotta have a donut at the surf event. Yeah, nice replay. A little bit of a dug rail on that first turn, but I like how he extended through into the oncoming corner.
And that's where the replay is so important. On live vision, it looked like a nice, clean, strong wave because the finish had an exclamation mark. When you add in that replay, you can see the little bobbles of the flow. They're the little things the judges are looking at.
So Blair, a 4.15 on that second wave for blue. Gets him into second. Now the requirement for John Mell, a 6.15. I know they can't hear us as they're just getting washed, but Yeah, you were alluding to the, the competitors at some of the events getting the Apple Watch that is real time, showing scores and priority and all that. At some point, that would be that's a good scenario for a day like today for sure, because they can't rely on us as they're duck diving, and they can give a quick look and know real time the updated score they require or where they are in the heat. And it all plays into, as the heat moves further towards the finish, who's going to sit next to who to safeguard their lead or vice versa.
Strategy.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's a big part, and
A different type of strategy today because, as you said, the sound they can't hear. So another update: Red out in the lead with a 6.75 and a 6.9. Blue, Blair Barton, you have on your last wave a 4.15. You're in second place. White, you need a 5.16 to move into second. Green, you need a 6.15. Green, you have priority. You need a 6.15. Red in the lead, blue in second, white third, green fourth.
Yeah, you think of places like Sunset Beach during their events. They have the beach comms, and they're way out there. They're probably not hearing that as much, but they do have the caddies and the skis that are getting that information, and so they're relaying it after every wave. So they're having their little inner communication with their coach and their caddy right there real time. John, you have first priority. You now need a 6.15 to get up into second place. You have your first wave, which was a 3.5. Levi, you're in the lead. Blair, you're in second. Hagen, third place. Your last wave was a 3.80. Just over 7 minutes now in this heat.
So you see that lava rock there from the Morro Rock, said to be over 20 million years old.
Isn't it amazing? Yeah, the 9 sisters, the 9 Morros, of which 2 are hidden underwater out into the bay here. And look at that, Hagen. I mean, Blair, there's Blair tucked up against the rock. So he's just been cruising. He got that last wave, and it's been about a 8-minute journey to get in and back around. Good intel for the heat's coming.
And he listened when he was walking around.
Yeah.
The advantage of coming in is to get that. Here we go. Here's White.
Woo.
Answer back. Currently in third, looking to get into second. So really needed just to roll the dice on that. He'll get back out there with another opportunity. But as I said, Blair came in, listened to what he needed, went out there and got the required score to move back into second. And Blue, here he is, hammering that end section. So looking to drop a low of a 4.15, understanding that anything that's an open face that's going to give him a radical end section is probably worth taking at this point in the heat.
Yeah, and strategically, 2 seconds before he was tucked up against the rock, he jetted out about 15 yards and, took advantage of the opportunity of another wave. Hagen, a little 2-for-1, and at the end of this wave, the side current just took out all the energy, just knocked the knees out of it. So that wave didn't increase for Hagen. It was a 2-point ride. Will this wave for Blue increase his score line? And then it does. Blair, your last wave, a 4.5. So now Hagen is requiring a 5.51. John, you need a 6.5 now to get up into second place. You have second priority, John. Levi has first priority. So there must have been a little bit of a paddle that happened. Oh, another wave for Blue on the inside. Air reverse right then. I was looking out there wondering what had happened, and well, Blair doing a great job keeping within himself. You saw earlier in the heat where he was just getting washed and kind of frustrated and sitting up on his board after duck diving over and over. Found himself up in the corner. 2 quick waves back to back.
His heat started at the 19-minute and 30-second mark.
Yeah.
So 4:20 left on the clock. Blair still with a score to drop. Blair, your last wave before the air reverse was a 4.5. We still have one more score to drop, and this is the replay. Goes really high and spins that around. So that was something we definitely didn't consider we would see this morning.
And yeah, all due to where he started up against the rock, got one quick left, and now another. Is this our surfer in white coming up
Hagen.
against the ground?
Oh.
Wow. Spicy. Big, powerful hammer in the corner there.
So 3 minutes 45 remaining. Blair still scored a drop for you and for Hagen. So a 5 for your last wave, Blair. You're still in second. You require an 8.15 to go to first. Hagen is looking for a 6. With still a score to drop.
And now it just keeps going up. They're just incrementally gaining.
And a snap leash for a surfer. You can see his board rolling in right now. So this is Hagen here. Big power carve, a little snap under the lip there. I think, yeah, it was White, snapped his leash.
John Mel, you now need a 7-point ride to get up into second after those last waves, that last exchange.
And Blue, you're still in second. Hagen, your last wave was a 4.8. Your last wave, sorry, was a 5.7. You need a 4.8 to go into the lead. Red out one, out in first. Blue in second. White needing a 4.8 in third. John in green needing a 7-point ride. Green needs a 7-point ride. 2 minutes 30 remaining. So the viewers at home, we're giving these announcements to the surfers in between their duck dives and when there's no sets, so they can hear us.
Especially in John's situation, he had priority for quite a long time after his opening ride, hasn't had that backup yet, and during that, the other surfers just keep increasing their score line by another 1/5 of a point, another 1/10 of a point, and so his requirement goes up and up and up, and that's important for the competitor to know, okay, I don't need a 4 now, I need a 7, so it's full out surfing.
And Hagen, your last wave's a 5.7. You need a 4.8 to move into second. 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining.
So Levi out in the lead has first priority. John Mill and he sitting next to one another. John has second priority. John looking for a 7-point ride to get up into second and advancing.
Now, we're going to see where Blair is right now.
You know that. So Hagen, he's done. He's not going to, his leash broke. He swam in. He's not paddling back out. So really different strategies, wide open for these guys. John Mel and Levi alone in the lineup. John really has to, now it's kind of changed. He has to pick a substantial wave to get the best wave score of the heat so far of all the other waves ridden.
Can just be one turn though.
One turn, yeah. We saw Levi 6.75 and a 6.9 on his two backhand on his lefts.
Levi priority, John, second priority. John, you need a 7.0 to go into second. 35 seconds remaining. Set's coming. All right, this is Levi on the inside. Having a look at this in red. Nope, no takers, and there's one more. This could be the last wave of the heat. 15 seconds.
So you watch the surfing, and I will count it out. Under 10 seconds. 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, there it is. That's how it stands. We'll go to a short commercial break. Come back with heat number 2, round of 32. Advancing through Levi Slauson and Blair Barton into the round of 16. Welcome back, everybody, to the SLO CAL Open here in beautiful Morro Bay, pumping Morro Bay. A glorious Thursday morning. We just saw the first heat conclude, advancing through Levi Slauson and Blair Barton into the round of 16, which potentially is coming up later today. That call will be made as we move through the morning. 30-minute heats, top 2 waves. Life is too beautiful to rush here in SLO CAL. Thank you to our title sponsor, Surfing for Hope Foundation, and to our title sponsor, Visit SLO CAL. In the water, Corey Arambidi in the red, one of our past champions from earlier on in the early days of these events, coming into, the regional qualifying mix and on the central coast of California. Xavier Math in the blue, Sage Ginaldo in the white, and Jake Davis in the green. Got a cool little story. Xavier didn't get a surf yesterday. And why? Because he is buried deep in finals week up at San Luis Obispo at SLO. So he was taking 2 finals yesterday. So
Wow.
It worked out well that the comp was off yesterday for him. Otherwise, he would have been faced with, do I surf a heat or do I take my finals? How's it going? So worked out for him. Academia. I love hearing those stories,
That's why it was so uncrowded in the surf.
That's right, because we had a few of the competitors from Tuesday who said they were down, excited to be in the event. They'd never been able to because of schooling, and the finals week always hits around the same time as the event. And here we have it, Xavier Math in the blue. Hopefully he did well. Those scores come in a few days later. Now he gets to relax. He gets to surf his heat freely, knowing he achieved his goal at school. Mm-hmm. So a quick up and down for Corey Arambidi in the red.
That offshore wind starting to breathe some life into the lineup. We didn't have much wind at all this morning. Here we have Jake Davis. Strong, natural footer. Here he goes, lining up his end section of the foam. He gets complete. Doesn't quite click into that section as I'm sure he'd wished, but it is a completed wave, so a nice way just to start that heat with 26 minutes remaining.
You had that good interview with him the other day when he had an 8 or something, and you're like, hey, is there a trend going on? Is everyone asking for their scores over and over? And he's like, no, I just didn't know what the other guys had. So he's from that Ventura area, riding Proctor surfboards, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
They look great under his feet, Todd Proctor.
Looks like a step up. I saw him paddling out with a solid round tail. So 3.5 for his last wave. I wonder if he's coming in to paddle back around.
Yeah, why fight it? You've got a little more time. And why use up all that energy battling the whitewash, getting punched in the face over and over?
More closeouts today, too, with that swell direction being west-northwest.
Mate, they need a buddy with an e-bike down there to shuttle them, come in, and then...
No, that's John from the previous heat.
Oh, that's John.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I saw the green real quick far away. That's John Mel walking up the beach down there in the green.
Jake's paddling across the shore here, opting to save his legs.
Gotcha.
So your last wave, Jake, was a 3.5. 24 minutes, 50 remaining.
I see him. There it is. Paddling across the inside, yeah.
So you're in first place, Jake, with Corey in red, just a 0.5 for his opener. No waves ridden for white and blue.
Well, what a beautiful coastline. Visit SLO CAL. I went and touristed yesterday, looked at all the incredible sights, went up to Hearst Castle, went up past San Simeon.
Lovely.
Videoed some of the enormous seals on the beach.
Elephant seals?
Elephant seals. One of them, yeah, it was hard to picture. It was hard to get scale of how big he was because I'm 30 feet up and he's just rolling in the sand. But there's a placard on the fence that shows adult seal, and I paced it off, and it was 5 paces, so 15 yard or what? 15 feet.
Wow.
Basically, the size of these
Incredible.
2 banners in front of us on the railing, and then the moms and the pups. Incredible. Yeah, so under that cute little head that was popping up next to you in the surf yesterday, there was an enormous body attached below.
They're cute. Well, not the elephant seals. They're kind of creepy looking. But
Yeah. Oh, right on.
I
Well,
want to go
congrats.
catch up with Levi.
Oh, okay.
Or did you want to go down?
I'll go down. I'll
Sweet.
say hi to
Let's
Levi.
go.
Yeah, he's got a minute. So really no priority established yet, as Corey's out the back. The other 2 surfers haven't had a wave yet, and Jake is making his way out. Yeah, I'll go hit up Levi.
The temperature actually dropping here at the beach this morning. That offshore wind dropping it a little bit. There was no wind this morning. It was quite a nice sunrise. You see the swell about half the size of yesterday. Lots of turbulence, so the swell direction a little straighter than what we saw in the previous days of competition, where it was coming across and through the pillar. So we have our surfer here in blue. Xavier having a look on this. He's going to left, right. He comes back to the left. He's just trying to find the power source. Here he is, lines up this section, clicks into gear, and another one straight into a little top turn carve. He's looking for an inside track, and he gets it. And just a little foamy end section back around. So combination of maneuvers there, but disjointed. Just trying to find the steep section there. So 20 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. We're going to go down and speak to Levi, the winner of that last heat with Baldy.
Yeah, Levi, how are you? Good morning. War of attrition out there. You got the heat win, 2 high sixes, but just describe the ocean.
I got 2 waves. I think I only got 2 waves, but I was mostly just looking for 1-turn waves that had a big closeout on them because they've been scoring those well. But it's pretty wild out there. It doesn't look from the beach like it's that heavy, but I had one pretty gnarly incident. I don't think I've ever gotten a 2-wave hold down a heat, so that was kind of cool. But it's contestable for sure. It's just it's super hard to find the waves.
Super hard. There's a lot of current, the sidewash coming off the rocks. And did you go up in size, in dimension, in volume, bigger fins, anything like that?
I'm riding large Mick fins, and then I have a 5.9 77 Sharp Eye. I wish I probably brought up some bigger boards. I just didn't really expect it to be this big for the contest, but my board felt great out there, so I don't think I need to change anything. Just stoked to survive that heat.
Well, congratulations. Good luck going into the next round. Local boy, back to you, Matt.
Thanks, Jeff. Wow, a 2-wave hold under. And I'm not surprised. I talked about there's actually this undertow that exists out there. Even on the smaller days before the event began, you can feel it pinning you down. So Levi on the receiving end of that 15-second groundswell. And you have the turbulence. You got the reverb off the headland, off the pillar that comes through the Morro rock. And then you have that rip current. So 2-wave hold under out there. So a warning to those other competitors. No wonder we saw a leash break already in that first heat. That was, of course, Hagen Johnson.
Yeah, that must have been when we were watching from the drone angle of Levi and Blair kind of close together, and we didn't know what was going on. That must have been when there was that 2-wave hold down. He said he lost his board underwater, getting rattled around. And again, sort of I was alluding to it from a few years ago when Cam Richards, big wave specialist, showed up feeling like, wow, I didn't realize the power of the ocean here. Levi, he surfed up here a bunch. Just, again, didn't bring the board, but his boards feel great. He has the big Mick fins, and on to the next round. Live to fight another day. And I didn't want to take up his time, but I like how he was relaxed between his waves when he came in.
Yeah.
He wasn't stressing. He wasn't hurrying, not rushing. He was walking, conserving his energy.
Very clinical heat.
Yeah.
In more ways than one, but just not only the choices, maneuvers on the wave, like the timing was amazing, but the choice of the wave, obviously, but just the way he spaced out his waves, giving him enough time to paddle around, and it was a really smart win there from Levi, and that's one he should remember for a long time. He'll take a lot of confidence out of that, I imagine. But 18 minutes and 30 left on the clock with just Xavier with the 3.75. I can't reiterate any scores just now because then we're up and riding. This is Corey, Aaron Beattie, that strong, goofy footer here, and he's going to try and find a clean face, and it doesn't open up. So let's get some scores out of these guys after this next wave. See the tide looks like it's crazy low, but it's just, it wasn't a massive high. It's just the amount of energy that drawing back out of the ocean comes into this little bay. It's a sand spit.
Yeah, you talk about the current. I mean, not only the bounce off the wash coming around the headland, but all this water drawing back out sucks up to the beach. Ooh. And that's what, creates that eddy along the cliff. So Red had that higher priority. Yeah. Jake does a good job of, staying free and clear.
So let's update these surfers. Out in the lead, Jake Davis in green, 3.5 and a 0.45. Xavier in blue, you're in second. You need a 0.2 to go into the lead. Corey in red, you need a 1.26 to go into the lead. And Sage, you require a 3.76, and you haven't had any scoring waves to date. 17 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
It's great to watch. We were alluding to it the other days. These are the fostering grounds. Get the experience here in the qualifying series. Hopefully, get into the Challenger Series. Well, we saw that happen with Levi, and so being able to watch so many of these young athletes' careers as they mature physically and mentally and sharpen their competitive acumen. Working with his coach Matt Myers, has gone through a few reiterations, being very successful with him, seeming so sharp, so focused and calm at the same time, has that intensity but isn't carrying a spastic energy, so to speak, like just staying mellow. Even in his interviews, he just really reserved, holds it together.
And there's an air of confidence in Levi, and I've seen it in a number of people that have coached by some of the best in the business, and they're confident in their ability, they're confident in their equipment, and they've done their research on the place. Yeah. It's really important that a coach looks at it from that holistic perspective. Everyone these days can do windscreen wipers all the way to the shore.
Yep.
Everyone can do air reverses. It's the status quo. But the difference comes in the way that they're reading the waves, the choice in that small 20-minute, half-an-hour heat, the way that they're able to pick the eyes out of those sections and connect to their best ability beyond scoring points.
Well, and having that ability to have a few game plans for different times of the heat and being able to execute them. Adapting. And that's where you see, those are the fine margins that you see really amazing talent fall apart consistently. And sometimes if they can pair the talent with the mind, boom.
And the personality of the surfer too.
The force.
They might carry that energy. And I think back to Nolan Raposa at Huntington.
How good. That was so good.
And that was just a move you just wouldn't expect him to pull, but he was analytical and definitely not attacking a heat that you would traditionally expect, but going into it with, and here we have up and riding. This is Jake on his second wave, current heat leader. Nice section here, foamy again, so similar to that first wave, but a bigger one, and two-turn combo, so a settling second wave there just to build that heat total, putting the walls up on that house.
Well, and we'll just see through the day as the heats go by. They're not in control of, I'm going to pick this ace wave. They're just taking what they're being offered as they're bouncing around and paddling in the mess. That wave came to Jake. He's like, yes, there's an open face. I will ride it.
Correct.
And a nice finish, almost got a little bit on his heel side, but rode out. So that's going to be similar to maybe his opening ride.
Yeah.
and it's going to extend his lead better than his opening ride.
Well, it was the same set of maneuvers, but on a bigger wave. So a 4.5 for Jake's last wave. We'll see where he is in the lineup. Did he paddle back out? No, he's coming back in again. So we'll update Jake as he runs around.
Priority is with White. Sage waiting to get his first wave. Half the heat already passed. Yep, Jake, your last wave, a 4.5. You are in the lead. Your opening wave was a 3.5. That last wave, a 4.5. You're in first place. Xavier in the blue is in second with a 3.75. Corey Arambidi has a 0.5 and a 2.5 in third, needing a 1.26. And Sage with 0 on the board as of yet, still only needs a 3.75 or so to go into second. So really a compressed heat that he will be surfing 2 waves in, 13 minutes is what he'll be looking for.
Such a cool part of the world, Dave, just seeing all the hiking trails, all the variety of waves, beautiful towns, just so much charm, and it's got that classic old town vibe, but not just one, there's about a dozen of them in this 80-mile stretch. And down the beach, we have another wave here, so this is Xavier.
I love that little rock and roll float. When he got up on the lip, the tail drifts down, and then he swings it bounces off the lip. Nice secondary wave for our Cal Poly student.
So 12 minutes remaining, and you're in second position. Xavier with a score to drop.
That's going to get him up into the lead for sure. Nice wave choice there for Xavier Math.
So a 6.25, Blues last wave, 6.25. You've gone into the lead. Jake in green, you now need a 5.51. Green in second, needs a 5.51 to go to the lead. Corey in red, you need a 5.5. And Sage in white, you require an 8.
Yeah, you were saying so many beautiful hiking trails all up behind us in the hills, wild country out there in the state park, in Montaña de Oro, beautiful vistas, beautiful hiking up or down to the coast off the little road. Take a picnic, check it out. So, yes, thank you to Visit SLO CAL, our title sponsor.
And Cayucas and Morro Bay, home to a lot of artesian brands, and there is lots of nice cafes and bars, hospitality, and I just spoke to Lars from the local hot sauce brand, Cayucas Hot Sauce, who hooked us up with a bunch of local flavors yesterday. And
oh, nice.
We'll have to put those on our lunch, but it's just so cool to see all these little towns thriving with different types of businesses, surfboard manufacturing, classic cars as well. Saw a guy building woody wagons in town, the classic surf cars. So my creative juices are flowing down here as well.
You get that. It's such a raw environment with the maritime, it's saturated in maritime, but we'll get back to that. A Xavier Math on a third wave. Ooh, this one's opening up for him nice. I like how he faded that bottom turn to set up for that finish.
He got out fast, didn't he?
Yeah.
That was the quickest turnaround we've seen. He didn't even.
He did luck out.
That was 2 minutes almost. Yeah.
So a nice potential.
May not be so lucky now, though. Some sets coming out of that.
Will they deem that a make or a fall at the end?
Have to
Not
watch the
quite
replay.
sure.
So there's just rolling down into this one. Smacks it. That last term's a little spicier. And, I mean, he comes down and sort of stumbles in the whitewash. So just a lapse of concentration. Still made better at 3.75, but we'll have to wait and see if the judges deem that a make, and that they don't. So 2.35. So those younger competitors tuning in, or perhaps those experienced competitors that are in a board riders club, your takeoff, your bottom turn is just as important as your completion. You can't have one without the other.
Well, newsflash, the Surfing for Hope Foundation merchandise booth is all set up and open, so grab your swag, get your Christmas gifts, get on down there, support. Proceeds going to Surfing for Hope Foundation. I know, look at these.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
I saw that warble of the backwash, and I tell you what, Jake is surfing for hope right now because that thing was massive.
There's still the bombs. I loved how earlier you were saying there was waves breaking out and around in front of that rock, and I got to go touristing yesterday and just feeling the raw power of that ocean slamming this 20 million year old Morro Bay rock and exploding over the break wall into the bay.
Was it surfable, the ruts on the other side? Out the back?
No, not out the back. It was just backwash chaos.
Right. Okay.
But
so it might have been a combination of backwash and that swell combining together. From what I was watching from about
the surge, who knows?
10 miles away,
Yeah, who knows what it was, but it was violent.
Xavier, your last wave is a 2.35, but you're still in the lead. You have a 6.25 and a 3.75. 7 minutes remaining. Jake Davis requiring a 5.51 in green to go into first. Corey in red needing a 5.5.
Sage Ginaldo, white on white on white, gets his first speed burner in the hook. Cannot ride out of it. Oh, he did the difficult part. I guess he did the easy part at the top, the surfing, but riding through the current and the tumult at the bottom, so tough. Did he break a leash? No. Wow. Well, Sage Ginaldo was off to the races on that one. A beautiful setup turn, and
I'm curious to see the foam.
Yeah.
Because you thought if he rode out of that, that was excellent.
It was.
And not necessarily the type of maneuver, but the position of where he did it. It was just the power, the commitment that the judges are looking for today. So reiterating that, they will be giving good scores for single major moves, and that's needing at this point of the heat. So, Jake, you are in second place. Your last wave was a 4.5. You're in second place. 5 minutes 45 remaining, and this is the replay here of Sage's wave. So, needing a big score at this point in the heat. Now, he bottom turns, comes up, down on the lip line. See, it explodes him. Now, he's nearly made it there, and he's pushed underneath that foam, and that is where you get the two-wave hold under, because he's still under right now, and thankfully that wave was a TP behind him. If that was a walled-up closeout, very possible to be pinned on the ground there and have the two-wave hold under.
Yeah, I mean, that's funny that Levi saying that doesn't happen too often. He had one. He was a little rattled, but pulled it back together.
Ironically, the only time I've ever had them are on beach breaks.
Yeah, I've had some of my worst ever of anywhere in the world at Black's Beach.
Huh.
You know, bombing blacks and getting massive hold downs.
So Corey, I just scanned out there and saw Corey in the corner taking off. They said that board popping up, taking off on that side one or a smaller wave. So things not really working out for Corey in this heat so far. Only just the 2.5 and the 1. So he's looking for waves with that multiple, to perform multiple maneuvers, and he's not really able to find that. Where we've saw with Levi, he was able to capitalize on 2 waves with 2 major maneuvers to get those scores, but they are out there.
You're going to see that, I think, a lot today, and there'll just be the few surfers that are in that natural rhythm for whatever reason. The waves are coming their way in the mess. It's not like they can say, oh, I have this great lineup. This is where the peak is. This is where the main wave is. It's just wild and woolly.
And this is what they're looking at. This is at the side of the contest site. So you see our sponsors down there. Visit SLO CAL. We got the Surfing for Hope booth down there. 805 banners. Of course, this is the SLO CAL QS 1000. And we're here. And that's the surfers out to the right there, so that they're not lining up with the contest site. Traditionally, you'll see a contest site on the sand. We are on the side. We're in the car park here. So they are, if they're trying to struggle to find that location, it's very difficult to have a marking point out there. You've got to read the ocean and feel it. With all those undertows moving you, it's easy to shift out of position. And that's why when there's big open waves come in, Boldy, you just have to go. If it looks clean and open, you've just got to roll the dice and pull the trigger.
Yeah, 100%. You can't throw away waves of opportunity. So yeah, you're going to see the surfers that are on the good side of the strange rhythm of it all, and then the other surfers that couldn't buy a wave.
That's right. Yeah.
And it's never based on their talent, their wave reading acumen. I mean, in these types of conditions, there is that luck factor, and you just hope you're in it. I guess the only strategy is hope to get a quick start.
Sage, your last wave was a 1.65. A 1.65 white. You need a 6.35. You're in 4th position. 2 minutes 40 remaining. White needs a 6.35. Red, you need a 5.5. You're in 3rd. Your last wave is a 2.25. So red, a 5.5. You're in 3rd. And no change for green. You're in 2nd, needing a 5.51. Red out, blue out in the lead. Blue out in the lead.
Well, if you're getting chilly on the beach, make sure you stop by Iron Wolf for a nice coffee latte or something special that they can make you. A good espresso, a long black, short white, whatever it might be. They've got it going on, and the Surfing for Hope Foundation booth is open with all the event merchandise. I was actually in a local coffee shop yesterday late afternoon and saw one of the jerseys tacked up on the wall, the current jersey, a white one. It was pretty cool. Top Dog, who's been in town forever. I love, like you said, the town's all decorated and nice. Here we go. Is this our surfer in blue? Oh, went
down.
Racked it. Xavier went to town on that. Comes unstuck. Yeah, it's wild. You know, some of the waves so flat, really hard to read. That one went straight vertical for him, possibly kind of threw him off guard.
And that's Sage there. 1 minute 10 remaining with just the running man over the top. So this is a replay here of Xavier. He's found a lot of waves in this heat. Oh, beautiful bottom turn. Sends it up. So that would have been money. If he was to land that, that was exactly what the judges looking for. I love that bottom turn so hard.
That was
off the bottom. So that was the best 1.6 bottom turn.
Yes, it was.
I've seen all event. That was 1.6 just for the bottom turn.
It was. The wave cupped out.
Yeah.
So strong. Beautiful surfing there, but buries the nodes coming down. So got to complete the ride. We are down to 30 seconds. Xavier in the lead. Jake in 2nd place. Blue with first priority now. Corey in 3rd needs a 5.5, and Sage needing a 6.35 with just under 20 seconds. Remember, the hands, the wave will count if you get up before 1 second. The hands leave the rail. I'm going to count this one down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, Jake Davis, just a victory lap coming in. So we're going to have a quick commercial break, come back with Heat 3, round of 32, break down that last heat, and introduce the next one.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And come join us December 8th for our 12th annual Cancer Benefit Concert featuring Tom Curran. See you there.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back. Here we are live. Heat number 3, round of 32 at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. Baldy and Waxhead bringing all the entertainment. We've got Tyler Gunter in the red, Owen Moss in the blue, Dylan Young in the white, and Sam Reedy in the green. We've got 2 heats in the book so far. Levi Slauson coming for the win in the first heat. Xavier Math in the blue, just taking out the win of that last heat. Jake Davis coming in second, so they will be moving on into the round of 16, which might be featured later today, waiting for that official call. What we do know is we've got 8 heats of this round of 32, 4-man heats, 30-minute heats, and the waves are wild and woolly. We've seen some guys be able to take advantage or be in the lucky spot. Others get caught in the mess, and it's a tough day for competitive surfing, but they're all used to these conditions from other places in the world, and once it's time to be thrown out in there, you got to be ready. So the drone angle doing giving a great perspective, run amok, running those drones, doing a great job, but you really see how much current, sidewash, and lump is in what these surfers are dealing with. If they can find a wave that sort of stretches out that canvas between the lumps, that's when there might be better opportunity, but it's hard to pick that. Both surfers up, blue and white, getting their first opportunity on the first wave. Nice separation between the two. White getting the better of the exchange, hoping to ride out, and he does. So that was Owen Moss and Dylan Young getting there first, and green. Now Sam Reedy, our Costa Rican surfer. Don't let it fool you. He's used to the cold.
All right, well done. Thank you.
All right, well, I'm going to throw it down to Waxhead and Xavier Math for the post-heat interview.
A lot bigger than previous days out there, and your equipment's got some damage to show for it. What's the first thing that goes through your mind?
Well, I just want to say mad respect to everyone paddling out. It's really tricky out there. I wasn't sure if I should ride like my bigger boards or not, and I just decided like why not? I need more foam under my feet, especially with all the water moving out there.
And did you knee your equipment or your elbow, or you're not sure when you were put under one of those big closeouts?
Oh, I think it's when I fell, when I didn't ride out of that one turn I did on the left, like my third wave or something, and I just elbowed it. Yeah.
And that was the one where, I mean, you had a couple of really good lefts, and towards the end, you did that bottom turn, you came up under the lip, and you just pearled as you came back down again. Are you aware that those sections, if you go critical like that, is it easy to identify, or are you just bottom turning and just sending it up and just hoping that you're going to come down?
If I were free surfing, I probably would have went a little wider and just did one turn, but I was trying to squeeze in 2 there.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
And yeah, what else has been going on? What did you do yesterday?
I played tennis all day in between finals, so yeah.
Perfect. Surfing, tennis, and finals. You through to the next round. Anyone else tuning in you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah. I want to thank God, and then I also want to thank my family for watching and all my friends. Thank you.
All right. Back to you, Baldy, in the booth.
Nice job. Great work there, Xavier, getting your finals in. Tyler, your wave was a 4.25, red. 4.25 on your opener. Blue, your opening wave was a 2.5. Dylan, in the white, your opening ride, a 4.15. And Sam, a 2.35. So it's easy when one of our competitor does a quick run around. We can deliver that information. Great interview there with Xavier Math, saying he elected to ride a bigger board, and why not? It worked well. Proof is in the pudding. Came away first. And what a day he had. Finals in tennis. It's good to take a break.
So this is Owen taking off on this wave here. Just the foam swallowing him up. Only looking for a marginal score. It'll be just there. And in days like today, it's very important just to keep head on the leaderboard. Doesn't matter if it's a 2, 3, or a 7. Just making sure you're in that first and second, because the logistics of getting back out the back, you can break your equipment, your leash, have an injury. It's just so important just to build on your heat total slowly and build that house. So 1.4 for that last wave wasn't enough to pull him into second. Had he pulled off that turn, it most likely would have been, in the 4s or 5s. And a peaky right-hander there in the corner of the screen. You see Sam Reedy carving that one back around, pumping, looking for a section, smacks that and comes down with the foam and rides out with control. So a completed wave there for Sam Reedy. And at this point of the heat, that was a great decision there to stick with that wave. A little disjointed at the beginning, but finishing with a bang, and see that little chip shot right and just carving with it. At this point, I thought maybe he needs to pull out of that thing, but he saw something down the line, ramps up, it just projects and extends through that turn and gets low again just to ride out with the foam. I've seen a few people get swallowed up and get a little too comfortable at the end of their turns, and then the wave just chomping them from behind. You can see a bit of wind out there. It is cold right now. It's a north-northwest wind right now. It's saying it's only 3 knots, but it's chilly coming across the bay behind us. Still 15-second groundswell. 21 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Sam, your last wave, a 6.5. A 6.5 for Sam's last wave. Green in the lead. Red in second. Red, you need a 4.61 to go in the lead. White, you need a 0.11. And blue, you need a 1.76. Green in the lead. Red in second. White needing a 0.11. And blue a 1.76. So the SLO CAL Open at Pismo Beach has just opened up for registration as well. So there'll be a Pro Junior in that, so if anyone wants to come up in that area and join that Pro Junior event, go onto the WSL website and sign up for that. This beautiful area, San Luis Obispo, and waves galore. All types of boards. You can ride logs, mid-lengths, short boards, visit the cafes, bring the family here. And some sets on the outside. 15-second groundswell still very much present. And they're calling it 12 feet at 15 seconds. Yesterday we had 12 feet at 18 seconds. It was double the size, that one coming in. That west-northwest angle where we saw it coming between the pylon there on the left. They call that the finger rock behind Morro Rock there, and it was sidewinding, so more of a straight-on swell today. A lot of those breaks overwhelmed in the beach breaks where it was coming in on an angle, and you can see all the foam there. Lots of energy, raw energy pouring into the bay here. So we have blue and white on the outside paddling. And green duck diving inside them. And another one pouring through here. So a 6-wave set. We already had a snapped leash, a 2-wave hold under from Heat 1 winner Liv Stokes. Especially as you get down the beach where it is even a bit more turbulent with the sand and the rip running out. Big wobbly lefts, very difficult to surf, but super contestable, that one. Some open face. Just the 30-minute heats are required. We had 20 minutes in the opening 2 days of competition. Surfers getting pushed all the way back. That's beautiful Morro Rock on the left-hand side of the screen. And for those of you joining us, we do have 4 surfers out there, 30-minute heats, and that's Tyler still paddling out in the corner, and he's just seeking respite, sort of buried up against the rocks. And blue and white still paddling out there. That's Dylan and Owen. 17 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Green in the lead, red in second, white in third, blue in fourth. Take a moment to say thank you to our sponsors. Of course, this event is hosted by the Surfing for Hope Foundation and Blue. Just I was about to say that. Oh, and after paddling for a solid few minutes through those sets, just gets clamped. And we didn't miss anything on the live webcast. Well, we did, but it was just a bottom turn and got clamped by the whitewash. The Surfing for Hope Foundation is a non-profit organisation created to help and ease the difficulty on cancer survivors and patients through the healing powers of surfing and ocean life. They host the free surf camps, and they have an annual longboard contest and a memorial paddle out. There's the contest size. We pan around. There's all the cars in the car park. And the harbour behind there. We've got beautiful maritime culture buried in behind there. Lots of bars and fish restaurants lining the harbour there. And they've got, you can hear the seals at night.
Yeah, wake up to the seals, go to bed to the seals, barking all day. I love how the cultures clash here in a good way. You know, you've got the maritime, the fishing community, you've got the bikers always around and in. You have all the wineries, you have the tourism booming, you know, people just involved in the outdoor lifestyle.
And this is where the energy just is incredible with these athletes. And he completes that one. So after duck diving non-stop for the better part of this last 5 minutes, Owen took off on a wave, got clamped by the whitewash, straight back out there again, and only looking for a marginal score. That should be enough to get him into second place, but we'll see very shortly what the judge deemed. You see that in the distance, that coloured board making it a little easier for us to spot him. And here, ramping up for this, sending it into the lip and snapping it. So that's exactly the turn that was required in that section.
Yeah, committed surfing,
So-
carrying a ton of speed and matching power with power.
6-point ride for Blue. 6-point ride.
More than enough in what he needed to get up into second place now. Sam Reedy with priority in first. Owen jumps up into second. Now it's up to Dylan and Tyler. Dylan needing a 4.36 and Tyler needing the 4.26. We read out the required scores, but they're often not just surfing to that exact tenth of a point. They're just trying to ride the wave, obviously, to the best of their ability. So great drone work there from the whole camera crew, run amok, running that team up and riding now. Our heat leader, Sam Reedy, figuring out which way will this wave allow him to go. Nice, searing bottom turn. Got a little hung up. He was so committed to that giant arcing, sweeping cutback into bottom turn combination. Just maybe lost a touch of speed when he finally got back to the lip.
It was that change of direction where he lost that speed, where he was looking for the right and then he had to come back around to the left. And it was more of a
you could see
last-minute decision.
His head was on the swivel, looking which way is this wave going to give me opportunity. It was the left in the end, and then just ran out of speed up at the top a bit. Mistimed it.
Good technique, but just didn't have that speed, exactly as you said.
Yeah, there we go. Matt Myers up there on the sand dune, coaching away in his yellow beanie. Maybe that signifies that, the athletes can look in and possibly spot him. Here we go. This was Tyler Gunter. He needed a 4.26. We'll have to go back for that full replay of his wave. He's going to elect to belly in and then run back up the beach. So we'll be able to give him his score. And it's a quick 5. Tyler, your last wave of 5 puts you up into first place. So at 12.5 minutes, he'll come in. We'll give him the score again. He'll do the runaround, be back out there, probably with 8 minutes to go.
It's so important to do that runaround for more reasons than just the fitness element or getting back out. It's to hear the scores. So after this duck dive, I'm going to update everybody. And this is the replay of Tyler's. So a 2-stage bottom turn. And rides out. Just wanted to be nice and cautious at this point of the heat to get a nice backup score, which is what he needed. He didn't even have a second ride.
Well, you could see at the bottom when he finished that back surge, wanted to knock him off the board. He got really low, almost maybe put his hands on the rails to guarantee he would ride out. The drone angle flattening out the size and power of these waves as a few surfers, one has to duck dive, more sets peeking out the back. So yeah, if you're hanging out on the beach, just joining us, thanks for making your way down for a fantastic day of surfing here. The round of 32, heat 3 in the water right now, running along the beach after his last wave. Tyler Gunter, that last wave was a 5. Tyler, you have a 4.25 and a 5. You are in first place at the moment. So there we go, the runaround. They probably woke up anticipating that would be a part of the day in their heat, the strategy. So not only are they, using a ton of energy just staying in position and getting washed around, they have to concentrate to complete the waves, which are wild and bumpy and difficult to surf, then do the physical run around, paddle back out. 11 minutes left in this heat. Priority is with white, then blue, then green. We do have the priority light box above the judges' tower here where we're talking from, so the surfers can always check in and see where they are in the priority rotation. We haven't really seen priority come into play as a factor so far today. Often the surfers are just spread out inside, outside, up or down the playing field. But we do, it does come into play. It really comes into play once it's whittled into the three-man heats or the head-to-head matches that will be, featured towards the finals portion of the event?
Well, yeah, I think the key for today, being a coach myself and a surfer, is making sure they're looking after their own strategy, getting those two waves, making sure that they can complete, because the opportunities are so scarce today. You need to just get out there and punch through the lineup, because there's a chance that you get beaten back and you'll need to do it again and again and again. And that mental strain and that physical strain for you to keep trying to punch through the lineup, once you get out there, you have to make the decision worth it. You don't want to have to do it again. Here we go. This is Dylan Young. This wave stays patient. Nice. No pumping. And just, so cool. Just that two-turn combo, but I love the patience in between. That's that flow element, and not anticipating the next section, just showing his patience and front-loading the speed so he can carve into that next maneuver.
And staying quiet in his upper body with all the ribs and the lumps. It's easy to catch a rail if you're trying to move too much.
Here we go.
You see that nice arc, and then right here, he just stays centered and calm, getting the power or the position of his feet ready for that next move.
It's just the little things that looks nice. I mean, he could have done that and done a double pump in between and washed off any speed that he did have.
Yeah.
'Cause that's the idea of when you do a double or a check turn or a little double pump, you're washing off that speed. But at that point, he wanted to redirect and try and harness what energy the wave had. All right, so 8 minutes 30 remaining. Red in the lead. Green, you need a 2.75. Blue, you need a 2.86. Your last wave was a 6. You need a 2.86 to go into second. Blue's in third. You need a 2.86. And white, your wave is still yet to drop.
Yeah, so we'll see where things shuffle after these scores drop. Again, a nice replay. You see Dylan Young right there. He wasn't washing off any speed, just really eyed up the section. Fluid surfing, clean surfing right through. This should be a nice score. He needs a 4.71.
This is Sam. Oh.
Nice. Such clean arcs. So those are all mid-size waves, which is what they're electing to ride the bulk of. I mean, and it's not that they don't want a bigger wave, just oftentimes when the swell's like this, where they have to sit, the bomb sets are 40-plus yards further out, so they can't even get to them anyway, and they're not going to sit way out the back.
Scores locked in. Green, out in the lead. Your last wave's a 6.2. Red, you now need a 7.7 to go into the lead. Blue, you're in third. You need a 3.25 to go into second. White, you need a 4.96. You're in fourth place. White, your last wave is a 4.3. You're in fourth place. Blue, your last wave is a 6. You're in third place. Red, your last wave is a 5. You're in second. Green first, red second, blue third, white fourth. 6 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
Well, coming up in the next heat, Max beat Sean Burns, Kei Kobayashi, and Kalohe Andino. So a championship tour surfer for years and years and years. A past champion in Kei Kobayashi.
This is Owen, currently in third place. Snapping that and looking for a second maneuver. This wave going to offer anything more, and a little foam climb at the end, giving it everything. He surfs this one through with 6 minutes, 10 remaining. We'll see if he does the paddle out or comes back in. Probably a good option for him to come back in and paddle around from what we've seen, but he might, enjoy paddling more than he enjoys walking.
Yeah, maybe, and they can feel the ocean, and there's that sense of, time between sets. They're looking and eyeing the horizon. They're knowing maybe that they're taking that wave at a time when there's no big sets looming, so they're going to have the potential time to paddle back out quickly. Owen giving that last wave a little extra spice in that forehand redirect that he did. Maybe the fin slid a bit on him.
We'll update him once this duck dive is completed. All right, blue, you have gone into second place. Green first, blue second. Red, you need a 5.01. You're down into third. White, you're in fourth. You need a 5.71. Green first, blue second, red third, white fourth. 5 minutes remaining.
Tyler, you do have priority. First priority. Second priority is with green. So a good situation for Tyler, knowing he needs a 5-point ride. He has 5 minutes. He does have first priority. So ball's in his court. Heat leader Sam Rady with second priority, so he'll want to better one of his 4-point rides. I mean, one of his, he's got the 2 6s, so he's in a really great position. Owen, your last wave was a 4.0. You're in second place currently. 4.5 minutes left. Well, the Surfing for Hope Foundation booth is open. Make sure you stop by there. Look at all the great merchandise. Proceeds from any purchase going to surfingforhope.org. And not only that, it's a good cause. You get some nice event merchandise to hand off to the friends, kids, partners, whoever it might be, surf fans, holiday gifts. And also, you can talk to them about purchasing tickets for the Surfing for Hope Foundation event that is tomorrow night up in San Luis Obispo. That's going to be a great silent auction, dinner, cocktails, the whole thing. Tom Curran will be playing live at that event. We'll be there. So come join us. You can buy tickets online at surfingforhope.org, or you could stop by the booth, inquire there.
Gee, so interesting. Owen opting to paddle back out and still paddling after all those sets. So that's been 3 minutes since he got that 4, but he is in second. Had he have walked around, he would already have almost been out the back.
Yeah, he might have been. So you do your best to read the ocean, feel the ocean, and time everything, but
you just can't see.
You just can't see. Yeah.
All right, white up and riding. No, green. This is Sam Reedy, current heat leader. Nice power carve to start. And bringing some energy and speed to that last turn. And
you
too much.
Yeah, you wonder if that backwash that just gave him too much speed. The lip line changed on him. No excuses. But he is in the lead, so there's no foul in that. He would have potentially bettered one of his 6-point rides. Right now, though, Tyler Gunter in third with priority, still needing the 5.01. Quick turnaround for Green. He says, why not? Paddling out. This is a clean face. Nice big open down carve. Just got a little extended in the lip. I think maybe that down carve led him into such a lengthy bottom turn that then
no speed at the top.
No speed at the top. So 2 quick throwaways for our heat leader.
So red, you got priority. You're looking for a 5.01. A 5.01 for red, looking for that requirement. And up in second place, this is our surfer in blue.
Oh my goodness. I think that was the turn of the day so far.
And once again,
giant forehand jam.
Paddling straight out into that wave. Incredible. 2 minutes, 1 minute left. 1 minute left. Blue, 1 minute left.
He's got to be happy with that. He felt it. That was the double fist claim to himself. So that score going to drop in here shortly.
Yep.
Red.
50 seconds, red. And we haven't had a score drop, but at this point, you still need a 5.01.
You just anticipate you will need more. Full commitment. I love how he put the forehand into the lip for balance. Nice surfing there from Owen Moss, and that wave just popped up out of nowhere for him. An 8-point ride. Owen, an 8.0. Now, Tyler, you need a 7.70. 20 seconds left. Well, Owen knew it. He knew he'd done something special. He jumps into first. We're down to 10 seconds. Will something pop up in front of Tyler Gunter? I'm counting it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And no luck for Tyler or Dylan. Owen Moss gets that beautiful forehand turn. Owen and Sam Reedy moving into the round of 16, which might happen later today, so stay tuned. Quick commercial break, and we'll come back with heat number 4, round of 32.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
You just do what your elders do. Getting rad, getting air, adrenaline.
Moving into Heat 4, the round of 32, we are at the SLO CAL Open, Morro Bay, presented by Surfing for Hope. We've just had fireworks in that last heat with a buzzer beater from Owen Moss. But out on the water, we have Max Beach, Sean Burns, Kei Kobayashi, and Kalohe Andino. But we're going to go down and chat to Owen Moss, the winner of that last heat.
Well, during the commercial break, Kalohe Andino with a quick start. I love the back foot pressure, carrying down the line speed. A nice opener for him. Nothing super dynamic, but, you know, just utilizing the space on that wave perfectly and literally, you know, started within 10 seconds of the hooter going, giving himself lots of time to relax and breathe and electing to go right up against the rocks and back out in the lineup quickly. Yes, right now, Matt Chanowski with our last winner, Owen Moss, with a 8-point ride.
After duck diving relentlessly, you didn't run around, you opted to go back out, and you picked up 2 waves in the last 5 minutes. What's the body telling you right now?
I'm pretty tired for sure. Yeah, it's a lot of work out there, a lot of paddling, but made it through.
And what sort of cross training do you do to prepare for events like this? Obviously, this is about as exhausting as conditions get.
Yeah, no, I mean, I run a lot, paddle at home, train, everything, you know.
Yeah. And that last turn, just to be able to find the wave number 1, to be able to read the section and perform excellent single turn on that wave, do you know what it takes to get an 8-point ride? Or is that something you just send it up there and just hope that you're going to come back down?
Yeah, I just kind of sent it up there, hope I could make it. Yeah, stoked to make it. Haven't made it past this round since I got second of over like a year ago, so stoked to make it.
Cool. And of course, everyone at home tuning in, give a big shout out to them.
Yeah, for sure. Shout out to all my friends and family supporting. Thank you guys.
All right, back to live action.
Yes, great job. Beautiful turn. First excellent score of the day. We loved it. In the interim, Kalohe Andino took off on a wave right when the hooter went in the green. He got a 4.25. So opening wave for Kalohe, a 4.25. Max Beach in the red has priority. Hasn't got a wave yet. We've got 2 scores coming in for Kay and for Sean Burns. So a few waves were ridden during the interview. That's right, Owen Moss, runner-up to Taj Lindblad. So he's wanting to get back into things. He'll be coming up in the round of 16. Sean gets a 2.5. Blue, a 2.5. Waiting on your score, White. Kei Kobayashi got a nice inside right and a beautiful opener, two-turn combo. And we see most surfers electing to head back over towards the rocks for a quicker paddle out as the tide is drawing lower and lower. That would be adding a bit more rough current to it, getting shallower as it moves down the bank to the north more, so harder to paddle back out, duck dive, the onslaught. White gets a 4.50, so with that three-wave exchange, Kei Kobayashi in the lead, Kalohe in second, and Sean Burns in third. Now Max Beach in the red, waiting for his first wave. Saw a little post from Max. He got to get out into the wild big ocean somewhere yesterday on an older Timmy Patterson that he's had for quite a while and ridden very few times, a 710. So hopefully he had a good time riding the mountains of Central California yesterday somewhere. Optimum conditions yesterday, mostly offshore the whole day. I toured up the coast, past San Simeon and up towards Hearst Castle and beyond, and bombing beach breaks, but all of them were just sheet glass, green, offshore, feathering waves. It was hard to tell how big they were since there was no one out. And all there was the seals on the beach and the rocks in the ocean. But a beautiful day up here in this whole SLO CAL region. So if you want to get up here and enjoy the magic, go to visit SLO CAL. They can direct you to all the fun things you can do up in this area. A foodie's paradise. If you're into breweries and wineries and touring vineyards, all of that is available. There are 60 plus 80 vineyards, maybe more up in Paso Robles. I know right here in San Luis Obispo there's quite a few. Quaint hamlets up and down the coast, friendly people, and an abundance of adventure that you can find in nature, on the beaches, in the ocean. We've got it all happening here. Thank you to visit SLO CAL, our title sponsor. Here we go. Max Beach on his opener. Well, he's feeling it, loving his Timmy Pattersons for quite a few years now. Goofy foot from San Clemente, Max Beach. Nice completion, jumps off. Some waves will allow a really dynamic finish. Some waves that covered in all that soup and froth. It's more about just riding out. You could see when Max took off, there was no green face on the wave at all. Just pure foam, but does well to get a nice opening few carve wave and finish that thing. He gets a 6.0. Max, a 6.0, so straight away, patience pays off. Goes up into the lead with the best score so far of the heat. We'll have to catch the replay of Kei Kobayashi on his last wave. I see, so Kei, he also got a quick under the lip hook. Just getting a secondary wave to pad his scoreline after the 4.5. Max Beach, though, with the feature score of the heat so far. quick score on the board for Kay, a 3.90. Well, it looks like at the moment, Kalohe, the only one out in the lineup. Sean Burns in blue had first priority, but got washed in a bit. So once he gets back out, I think he will have first priority again. Kalohe was second priority. But pretty much at the moment, Kalohe has the lineup to himself. So any wave that comes, he can go, even though he has second priority. Yeah, you can see right there the drone angle. Unfortunately, Sean Burns getting washed and hammered. Kalohe further out towards the rock. He's loving it sitting deep again where he sat yesterday. That was his strategy. Kei Kobayashi out in the lead with his 2 waves. Max Beach in second with his opener of a 6. Kalohe, you need a 1.76 to go into second. Just under 20 minutes left. Kalohe, you're in second place. There's 19 minutes left. You are in third place. You need a 1.76 to go into the lead. Your opening wave was a 4.25. Here we go. Wasting no time. Kalohe Andino. Nice. Oh boy, sharp surfing from our past championship tour surfer, Kalohe Andino. So he will get himself up into second quickly with that. Only needed a 1.76. Elects for a medium-sized wave. And again, I think knowing the rhythm of the ocean, thinking, okay, I don't see any sets on the horizon. I can get a quick wave and paddle out, you know, relatively easy. Beautiful finish, utilizing all the rail and, you know, bottom to top, keeping the speed going.
And red, you are in second with a score still to drop for green, but at this point you're needing a 2.4, but that will change. Red in second, 18 minutes remaining. Green, your last wave is still to drop. 17 minutes 50 remaining. Scores just about to drop. So green, you're in the lead. 6.5 for your last wave. Green first. White, you need a 6.26 to go into first. Red, you need a 2.4. Red needs a 2.4. And blue, you require a 5.9. You're in fourth. Red, you're in third now, needing a 2.4. And then down the line, this will be Kay here. Whoa, and just goes vertical and just inverted there. The lip smashing down on him, and all surfers caught inside. I think we'll see red tucked up in the corner. Most likely made his way over in that direction. I can see him in the corner. Yep. He's paddling out via the current. So
the safety of the Morro.
Yeah, that's
tucked
right.
up against it. And it's amazing, you know, it's a little safe harbor out off right at the tip. There can be 100-foot whitewashes exploding over those rocks, and you're nestled in pretty safe. Yeah, Kei Kobayashi, that wave was carrying so much down the line speed. He was sort of between two turns. He couldn't go vertical as the lip line was too long, was trying to extend it, and he just got underneath it, mistimed it a bit, consumed
And as you see that paddle out there, tumultuous, but tucked up in that corner is that little safe haven. And it's a little travelator that'll push you out. It may not move you super fast, but it's a lot better than copping 3 or 4 in the head. So as we've got a bit of clarity here, green out in the lead, green in first, white in second, red. You need a 2.4 to go into second, and blue looking for a 5.9.
It's always so cool. All the different places around the world, be it piers or jetties or cliff faces, the way that the current moves and cushions you think you'd get smashed into the rocks. You can literally be in a hand's touch from them, barnacle encrusted, but it pushes you away. You're always safe. So it's great that they utilize that. Yeah, so while we have a moment, make sure you go check out the Surfing for Hope merchandise booth. All kinds of good swag, hoodies and beanies and mugs and shirts, event shirts, baseball hats. The whole works is there. Also, you can inquire about coming and joining us at the Surfing for Hope Foundation event that will happen tomorrow night up in San Luis Obispo. They have all the info there. You can get tickets and come to the silent auction, the big fundraiser of the year. Dress up, have a good time. Come check out Tom Curran playing live. And who knows if he'll be solo or if he's got a cool band of eclectic artists in his entourage. You never know what Tom might show up with. I've seen him so many times, and it's always a different experience. So that'll be a great time. Last year they had it up at a big facility, a big brewery or winery. I forget the name, but it was beautiful. Or 2 years ago, excuse me. And but right now, up in green, Kalohe Andino, our heat leader, so he found his way out, and he's not wasting any time. Just sizzling the fins through that whitewash. Keeping relaxed. This wave flattening out, but knowing that something might stand up for him way on the inside. And also knowing you might as well ride this thing all the way through to the beach, do the walk around. That's, a consummate professional, the way he approaches his time management, the waves he's choosing. He knows exactly where he is in the heat, what type of wave he needs to take to get the score, to safeguard his position, add to the 4.25. I mean, just building and building and building.
On the other side, blue, Sean Burns, actually got the right on that left. It was just, I think, a one-turn wave, but it looked pretty dramatic. So this is it. This is the right off Kalohe's left. Double pump bottom turn, sends into the lip, and layback gash. So strong single turn, exactly what the judges are looking for. Was it as dynamic, fast, powerful as they request? We'll find out soon. But this one, a rippy wave. You really had to think on this wave. And he had a few moments to tee off like that turn there. Nice timing, patience, carving this one through. See, no real pumping here, just waiting, being very patient as he works this one through to the inside and starts to line up. And he knows at this point he's coming in anyway, but he stays with it and he gets a strong finish as well.
So now Max Beach live. This one guttering out. This one giving some beautiful opportunities.
Oh.
Sweeping, arcing cutback. So two-turn combo there for Max Beach. Will he ride on through also? There's plenty of time, just under 12 minutes. Jumps off there. So this heat tightening up, no doubt. Max had that 6-point opener, so this is going to be a great secondary wave for him. Sean Burns on that right. I was wondering if it would be somewhere, like Owen Moss got that beautiful forehander, really pushed it. Sean Burns gets a 5.35. So that doesn't get him up into second place. He now needs a 3.05. Waiting on Max's score. He only required a small 2.5-point wave.
And Kalohe, you had a 5.5. You're in the lead. A 6.5 and a 5.5. White needs a 7.5 in second. So you're holding first very clearly with 11 minutes remaining.
how nice of him to come in and do the runaround so we can deliver the score
And Red,
easily.
you got a score to drop. You are currently in 4th, waiting for this score, 4.65. Red, you've waiting for him to double. Red, you've gone into 2nd, 4.65. Red in 2nd, Green in 1st.
Yeah, nice. So Max Beach gets a open green face wave. Doesn't have to surf it super radically, but doubles the requirement that he needed. Gets himself up into 2nd with fellow San Clementian Kalohe Andino. Half the field's from San Clemente, by the way, so it doesn't, there Kay's there. They're all from there. The legions of talent that spill out of that pool of San Clemente. It's incredible.
Wow. Look at this sets rolling in, all 3 competitors. I don't know where Kay is, and I say that. Oh, there he is. He's on the screen, of course, in front of us. But I'm looking at the other 3 in front of the commentary booth here, tucked up against the rocks. Very sensible, because this is a solid 10 feet face of whitewater. It kind of shrinks it a bit, but when you consider that finger rock is actually about 40 to 50 feet tall, it is.
I know, that's what's so...
So it is like 40 feet tall.
Yeah, that's the thing about the perspective. That rock is, like you said, 40 plus
Has
feet
to be,
tall.
absolutely, yeah.
And when those waves, are half the size breaking off it, and then the surge goes over it.
That is because Morro Rock is 550 feet tall. So if we get a pulled back angle on the drone to see that. So Kay is coming in now. I'm going to update his score. He'll do the run around.
So it's amazing for the viewers at home. Sean Burns in 2nd priority. His priority's been suspended for so long. He is in 2nd, but he finally, after paddling out, couldn't do it.
So there's the 550 feet Morro Rock and the finger rock on the outside. The waves are breaking at least half that height. So you look at that, and you look at that, and you go, okay, so that's... about a 10th of the size, right?
Yeah, it's incredible.
40 to 50 feet rock, and these waves are crashing at a quarter of the size and then breaking sometimes at half the size. So, at times, it was a 15 to 20 feet face swell yesterday.
Yeah, and completely consuming that rock and the one in front of it.
And that's where Kay's walking around now. So I'm going to give this update pretty loud as we see Kay running around. So this would be his last chance, you'd imagine, to hear this update. So, White, you are in 3rd. You require a 6.15. White in 3rd, a 6.15. 7 minutes 50 remaining.
Well, we know he trains hard. He's definitely on social posting his dynamic plyometric training, tons of balance work on balls and rubber bands, and, he's been pushing that for years now.
And he's breathing now. Yeah. He's consciously breathing. He's in and out, and he's just maintaining that breath, probably nose breathing right now, and just trying to save whatever energy he's got left and just conserve it.
Diaphragmatic breathing.
Exactly,
right?
That's the word I was looking for.
Keeping calm while keeping energized, keeping the blood cells full of oxygen so that he can draw on the reserves once he's paddling back out, duck diving again. And really what comes into play. All right,
update.
Max, you have 1st priority. Your last wave was a 4.65. You're in 2nd place. You have a 6 and a 4.65. With 1st priority, you are in 2nd place, and there's just under 7 minutes left.
Blue, you're in 4th. You need a 5.31 to move into 2nd. Blue in 4th. Kalohe, you're looking to drop a 5.5 in green. Yeah, when you're paddling out, it's always that balance of giving it 100% effort as we see green just trying to drop that 5.5. He's going to try and get this reform and give it everything on that turn there. I mean, that'll be right there, maybe a little bit under. Didn't really offer too much drama throughout that wave, but as you're paddling, there's moments where you've really got that speed burst between sets, and you give it everything, kicking and paddling. As George Greeno, the famous kneeboarder and designer from actually Central California, very fitting, he alluded to the percentage of paddle power when you include the fins on his kneeboard, and he's paddling at top speed. So we watch the replay here of Kalohe just smacking that one aggressively off the lip. And George would say when he's paddling away from a shark that he uses that momentum of the board, his hands and his feet, and that's like 150% effort because he's got the fins, right, helping him.
Not to mention the adrenaline.
Yeah, and the adrenaline, of course, on top of that. But then when you're paddling, you don't have the fins, you've got your hands and the board. You're giving it 100%, but if you go over the falls, you'll drown. So you need to have those oxygen reserves there. You know, paddle strong and measured at 90%. And leave that extra 10% in case you really, really need it. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining.
You really see that in beginner surfers. They think it's just about paddling one speed all the time, and they're just getting pummeled and pummeled by whitewash. Yeah, no, that was Kay's last wave was a 1.5. It was an incomplete before he did the runaround. But I'm always trying to, when I'm teaching them, you know, hey, time it. Try not to get abused by the ocean, and then maximize when there is an opening. That's when you sprint.
For sure.
Get outside quickly, and then you can breathe and relax.
Yeah.
But of course, you're going to go in tired if you just get pounded in the face over and over and over. These guys know
conditions
better
like
than
this or Hawaii, it'll really teach you that quickly.
Yeah. Learn the rhythm of the ocean. Utilize the rips and the currents. Time the sets.
Work smarter, not harder.
And how often is it that that bombing set is going to, you feel like it's going to nail you, but if you just give it that extra 10%, you sprint, you duck dive, and you make it, you're clear and free. But if you don't, you're smashed in, and it starts all over again. Well, we're down under 4 minutes. Kalohe and Dino in the lead with a 6.5 and a 5.5. Max Beach in second place with a 6 and a 4.6. Max with priority, so a great position for Max holding in second. Kei Kobayashi making his way back out right now. Max Beach, I think he elected to just jump off. He wasn't going to get up into the lip, and he also didn't want to ride out in the flats, wasting space. He wants to get back out in the lineup quickly. Priority is with Blue. Sean needing the 5.31. All these scores so achievable. Just can they find it? He already has a 5.35 in his score line. Priority is Blue. Second priority, Green.
Just under 3 minutes remaining.
Well, I loved it in the post-heat interview with Kalohe the other day. Very clear on what his goals are in the next 5-year span, basically. Here we go, Sean Burns. Oh, yes. Nice opening carve. That wave wobbles on him. A little dusting on his forehead from the lip, and a nice completion.
Strong surfing.
Yes. Will this give him the score to put the pressure back on Max?
2 minutes 15 remaining. 2 minutes 15.
Well, it sounds like it's close. There it is. Sean, a 5.8 goes into second. Max, with 2 minutes left, you now need a 5.15. So Max Beach, it was good that he jumped off that wave. Max, you're in third. You need a 5.15. You're in third priority with just under 2 minutes. Well, as the time ticks down, Max had priority, went for a wave, and it didn't open up for him. He jumped off quickly to get back out. Sean got a wave in between that. Now Max with second priority, needing a 5.15. Kalohe out in the lead with priority. Here we go. Max, will this be the 5.15? Big hammer in the corner, and he comes unstuck, can't didn't quite have enough speed going into that. You got to think all that current and the foam on that face, not allowing the board to feel free. So that was a short wave, 45 seconds left. Will he find another? Kalohe, our heat leader, screaming around the corner. That wave not opening up for him. 30 seconds. Max duck diving right there.
"15 seconds. No change. Counting it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that concludes Heat 4, and it really came down to a non-event in that last minute. So we'll go to a break very shortly, and we'll come back with Heat 5 just after the break.
In the land of SLO CAL, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO CAL now. Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back to the SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay. It's the QS 1000. We're in round of 32, Heat 5 of the men's. Fantastic heat of action just concluded, but we're into Braden Jones in red, Cannon Carr in blue, Dylan Horde in white, and Luke Guinaldo in green. These surfers showing bringing a lot of momentum, but that day of rest yesterday, we had massive swells, 15 to 20 feet plus faces at certain places, and these guys just having a rare day on the QS. Doesn't happen too often.
Is that all it was? Only 15 to 20 foot faces yesterday? I thought I was seeing backwash that was that big. Anyway, it was well, what did you say? 15 plus feet at 18 seconds.
Yeah.
So
do the math.
And it was big.
But generally, if you got 15 feet at 10 seconds, that's going to be 15 feet faces.
So it was at 18 seconds.
Almost double.
And then, yeah, so incredible. Well, good job, Kalohe Andino moving on through in first. Sean Burns in second. Max Beach in third. We'll have that post-heat interview with Kalohe Andino, who is sporting the cool hairstyle. He's got that tail going. You're going to have to check that out. Braden Jones, our local boy from Pismo. He has been in so many of these events, as all these surfers. It's amazing after all these years. Cannon Carr has been in all kinds of them. Dylan Horde and Luke Ginaldo. It's a 30-minute affair. Top 2 waves. Thanks for joining us, everyone out there. We are on double duty with the beach commentary and the webcast, so it's great to have you along for the ride. The surfers battling the wild oceans of Morro Bay right now. We were just talking about the large swell that hammered the coast all day yesterday. You could feel it, the beach and the bay, everything was rumbling. Just to give you a little size comparison, that rock you're seeing right now from the drone, that's about a 50-foot tall cliff rock. Some of these waves are, a quarter of the size, and then the surge washing off of it. So exciting times for these surfers. All of them out in the lineup, waiting to get started here in heat number 5. We are going to complete this round of 32, of which the field is halved, and then it will go into the round of 16. I'll be told if that will be running today or not. So surfers, if you did advance through, I guess we'll make that call in a little bit. Ruby's probably updating you, or we'll let you know, Brian Robbins. Thanks to all the staff, the caterers. Thank you to the judges for doing a great job so far these 3 days of competition. Big swinging conditions each day with the tide changes. And now with the large surfs, Luke Ginaldo getting a wild and woolly ride. That one backed off. It's going to give him the freedom to do a little layback check. Not completing that wave for our surfer in green. Coming up in the next heat, Adam Bartlett, Luke Weiler, Davi Toledo, and Wheeler Hasberg. So yes, please check out our title sponsor, Visit SLO CAL, if you're interested in coming and investigating this gorgeous bit of coastline. Right now, Braden Jones investigating this right on his backhand. Saw that he was getting a little bit behind the section, didn't like it. He'd rather get out of that wave quickly, not waste energy, find himself back out in the lineup, reset with 25 minutes left in the 30-minute heat. We've seen quite a few surfers riding waves all the way through into the beach and running around. Blue, Cannon Carr on his forehand, carrying speed. We saw him just kind of surfing on Braille in a heat 2 days ago. Couldn't hear what we were saying from the beach announcing. Didn't know what scores he needed, so he thought, I might as well just go to what I know, blast a few reverse airs, and the next thing you know, he ends up winning the heat. Beautiful surfing from Cannon Carr. Here he is in heat number 5 of the round of 32. So it was waves that were similar to this in the heat before, but that one was flat and mushy. You could see he sort of lost motivation. There wasn't much in it. And again, like Braden Jones, he decided, I'd rather get out of here and paddle back out quickly. So SLO CAL is home to 80 miles of coastline with lots of surf breaks for beginners to advanced. It's got perfect summer water activities for the whole family, including surf classes, sea kayaking through the caves in Pismo, which is really fun. I've done that. And there's some really cool oyster farms here in Morro Bay. So you can paddle around. There's all sorts of stuff to do. There's zip lining, mountain biking. There's a great shop on the corner that sells all sorts of cool kites. We do get good winds up here. So if you're into kite flying, go hit up that store. But right now we are ready to take it away with Kalohe and Matt after that heat win.
So today's story is round tails and rat tails. Let's show everyone at home what you've got in the back there. So there we have some raw redneck power.
I love it.
How was it out there?
Yeah, it was pretty big, and I don't know, it was exciting to be able to ride a bigger board. I got to ride a 6'4" today, and be able to paddle around and feel like, okay, after this heat I'll be tired, because usually you're surfing smaller waves and waiting around and lowly surf, and today you're just duck diving the whole session.
And obviously in the QS there's not always enough time in the schedule to have a full day off. Was that a bizarre one? Did you go free surf anywhere?
Yeah, I went up to Santa Cruz and surfed Middle Peak, and I always love surfing there. There's so many options and a lot of good friends up there. So yeah, I bolted up there and got to ride some bigger surf, and yeah, just enjoying the swell. It's been a fun trip so far.
And it was a pleasure to see you surf out there, but obviously make a really good decision. It was 12 minutes remaining. You got that left down the beach. You completed on your feet, and you decided to do the walk around. It's probably one of the smartest decisions we've seen. Is that a conscious decision, or you just didn't want to paddle straight back out? You wanted to walk around and hear how you were going?
Yeah, I for sure wanted to hear, because you can't hear a thing because half the time you're under the water. But yeah, I was actually just trying to hug the rock. It seemed like everyone in that heat kind of had a smart decision to do that, because the real only safe zone in the whole lineup is right next to the rock. So if you get caught inside or if you catch a wave by the rock, you're just right there by the channel. But yeah, I ended up way down there, and then I finished the wave, so I was happy to yeah, just finish on my feet because guys were making it earlier with like a couple fours and stuff. So yeah, just trying to, like you said, finish on my feet and yeah, hopefully get a score to make it through.
Consummate performance there from the professional Kalohe. Anyone else tuning in you want to say hello to?
Maybe my wife, son, and daughter are checking it out. Maybe my dad, maybe Michael Dunphy. He said he was going to watch my heat, my buddy. So what's up, guys? Thanks for watching.
Sweet. Well, we'll see him tomorrow, most likely. Back to you in the booth, Baldy.
Right on, thanks. Yes, round tails and rat tails. Feeling good about that. Kalohe giving a shout out to his pops, Dino and Dino, and to his wife and kids. That's great. So it's been wild, you know, obviously from prodigy star, full focus, surf, him, me, that's all he does. And then all of a sudden, wow, I'm on tour and I've got a wife and I've got kids and I'm traveling. It's a whole different ball game. And he did that for a few years, and now here, fired up to be in these qualifying events and be the, well, what is it? The senior member of the 2%er club down there, basically, in San Clemente.
High-ranking member.
High-ranking member, yes. In the Wicked Surf Club of San Clemente.
It's measured in length of rat's tails.
See, you love that, huh?
Love that. I mean, if you had a vlog,
you didn't.
Round tails and rat's tails.
You didn't, yeah. Ron, Blakey or Vaughn Deadley'd love that, wouldn't it? He'd pick that one up quickly. I'm sure he's had a few rat tails in his day.
He's got accidental rat's tails.
Yeah, those two trip me out. The brothers, they're so different.
Polar opposites.
I know.
Yeah.
But beautiful.
But
both
hey,
beautiful humans.
That's, you know, similar to other, you know, coastal hamlets. You have, you know, elegant, stylish surfers, and then you have these like raw rat bags as well. I think of, you know, Narrabeen over the years, you know, a place close to my heart, and I see guys like Chris Davidson and Nathan Hedge, and you know, these raw power surfers. And then you had guys like Ozzie Wright. Then on the other hand, you had Damien Hardman, and Davey Cathles and Geordie Lawler, and these guys that are a little more
polished.
Polished, yeah.
Yes. I love it. Look at this. Down carve. Beautiful. This one's setting up so nice. Running. Great drone footage there. Sweeping, carrying speed. Staying nice and relaxed over his board for that 5-turn combo.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not quantity that the judges are scoring today, but the quality. But there was some quality in amongst those maneuvers too.
I was getting hypnotized by the rhythm.
You know who would have appreciated those sections was John Mell in that first heat of the day. He got that super long left and didn't offer anything like that. But here goes our surfer in red. This is Braden. Oh, just a little bit off tilt. And he'll get out of there and looks like he might sneak out before the sets. As Kalohe said, I mean, perfect timing to get that wave and come in. But a lot of the surfers did make really good decisions in that previous heat.
Wow, what a replay we're going to get here. Some of these ones that gutter off the corner, this one opened up so easy for him. I mean, it was like a wave that made sense from start to finish. Just a series of connective turns, nothing too radical, but 5 turns complete. Nice. It's going to set him in a beautiful position for his opening wave. The judges are appreciating it big time to the tune of a 7.25. So even though it wasn't like radical vertical.
7.25 White, 7.25, 17 minutes and 40 remaining.
Just the open face.
You are in the lead. White in the lead, 17 minutes and 30 remaining. Green requiring a 3.76 in the second. Red in third with a 3.5. And blue needing a 3.21.
Well, there we saw a nice little bail by Cannon Carr. He elected to stand on the board, just step off and go.
And once again, great option from White to paddle around. Come in, because all of his competitors got caught inside. And you can imagine if he was 100 feet on the inside, he would have been washed even further back. And that is a common, I wouldn't say, well, complaint or observation, depending on which way you want to look at it, because some of the competitors saying the waves do have a flurry and they can break within that impact zone. But while there's a break, White out in the lead, Green requiring a 3.76. You're in second. Red, third. You require a 3.5. And blue, a 3.21. You're in fourth place. White, green, red, and blue. 16:30 remaining.
All right, Braden Jones. We loved watching him surf. Big, powerful gaff. So one nice dynamic power turn. He's a big laddie, 6'2", no doubt working with the firemen, training for the last bunch of years, putting on some muscle weight. A 6'4" Kalohe was riding. The other day he was riding a 6'2". So he went up to beyond the step up, and it looked so comfortable under his feet.
And here's a replay of Braden's wave. Strong stance there. Nice power carve, and just can't get that second one. He had the solid wide feet. And just chatting to Max Beach in that previous heat, he had his Chopes board, his Chopu board out there.
Yesterday?
Today.
Oh, today.
Yeah.
There we go. His Chopu board. How about that? From the South Pacific to the Central Coast.
Yep.
Hey, if it works and you love it, why not ride it?
That's it. So Red won't be able to hear us. He's opting to paddle. No, he's running around, so we'll update him in about 30 seconds.
Well, what a lucky kid, right? To say that you have a board that is for Chopes.
All right, a big update here. So 15 minutes remaining. White in the lead. Red gone into second with a 4-point ride. Red into second. Green in third, needing a 2.41. Blue, you require a 3.71. You're in fourth place with priority. 14 minutes, 50 remaining.
Yep, so both... So Cannon,
hear all the cheers from all the locals.
That's right. After the post-heat interview, you heard him last time, right? So always a beach favorite from this area, born and raised. And again, one of the kids that did surf under Ryan Simmons in the U.S. Teams and things like that. So he's been groomed through the whole amateur ranks, through the pro juniors, and has been involved in these Central Coast events since the inception. Great to see Braden here again after a little, I think he said he didn't get a surf the last year's events. So Cannon Carr, just with one wave, we know all the potential in the world. He's ready to light up a wave, and Luke Ginaldo, he's only requiring a small score of a 2.41, priority with Cannon and then with Luke.
Minutes, 15 remaining. So, I mean, Dylan Horb was just at 7.25. That's the highest wave of the heat so far. Just that wave it kept on giving, the longest left of the morning.
Yeah, and the judges were faced, that was kind of a unique wave of the day so far in that there was so much connectivity. It wasn't that he was going 6 to 12 over and over, but we hadn't seen a wave like that so far today.
Given the nature of the waves, you can't say he was playing it safe because you need to take off. Well, as we've heard from the competitors and trying to ask those questions, they don't know what they're taking off on.
Yeah,
it's literally just at a couple of dice in their hands and they're just rolling it going, all right, well, this time of the heat I need a wave.
Which is understandable. I mean, masters of reading the ocean, but the way the water's moving out there, it's just such a tough read.
Yeah.
So there's that 40, 50-foot rock that these waves are a quarter or half the size of smash against, and then that surge moves down the lineup into where the surfers are taking off. 12 minutes remaining. Well, we're going to embark on a wildlife adventure here in SLO CAL. We have been. The surfers are right now. Come witness the magical monarch butterfly grove lays alongside elephant seals on the coast, which I did yesterday. It's hard to imagine how big the males are, and all of them. And we haven't seen any whales right now. I don't know if this is the migration time. They might already be down south. But I know at some times of the years there's amazing whale watching here. During the Pismo event, I've seen a few of them just right off the end of the pier during the event. White, late to the lip, rides down with speed. Nice finish there for our heat leader, Dylan Horde. Woo. Cannon Carr, that's what he was looking for. Nice slingshot off the corner pocket. So we've got a few scores to come in and a few replays to watch. It looked like we just got the finish there of Cannon's wave, and Dylan, another nice finish. One turn. I like how he raised his arm up, kind of went weightless, but then re-engaged with power right at the bottom. And this is a critical wave for Cannon Carr. Also a one-turn wave. Just scoops it off the corner pocket there. So Cannon needed a 3.71.
All right. White, your last wave. 4.65. You've extended your lead. 10 minutes remaining. And Blue, your last wave. A 3-point ride. Blue, your last wave. A 3-point ride.
Yes.
White in the lead, red in second, green in third, and blue requiring a 2.91.
Well, Luke, in the meantime, had that wave. It was a 2.3. He was on his way to a pretty decent score, came unstuck at the end. It doesn't amount to much, a 2.3, still in his scoreline. Cannon just needs a wave with some vertical face. That last 3-point ride was just soft and slopey. There was no lip, although it was a nice turn. Dylan getting the better of it with that forehand free fall out of the lip. So Braden in the red with 10 minutes or 9 minutes left and priority. You know he's not safe. He does not like having that 1.9 in his score line. So great opportunity for him to extend or even jump up into the lead. But he'd need a big score for that. Right now he just wants to secure more points, up the ante for the third and fourth place surfers. Did you go by the Coast Guard? Did you go into the Coast Guard building, or where did you run into him when you were talking to him? Or was that just something you read?
No, it's something I read.
Oh, okay. About this harbor being the most dangerous in the entire United States. That's pretty amazing. This little town of Morro Bay and this man-made harbor. I mean, all I know is that I don't even know how they built the harbor. They must have predicted the flattest month of the year, because yesterday watching whatever size surf it was crash over that break wall, I don't know how they even started the project, but it's incredible that they did. And if you're over there enjoying the multiple restaurants and fun shops along the bayfront, there's the saltwater taffy place, a throwback to an era, like the east coast of, New Jersey and Newark, all that area, the saltwater taffy. You got the Maritime Museum over there, all kinds of nice dining, fishing tours, kayaking, paddleboarding. There's the cold water plunges going on regularly with one of the crew that are working here. All right, Braden, you have first priority. You're in second place. Dylan, you're in first place. Your last wave was a 4.65. Luke, you have second priority. You're in third place. You need a 2.41. Cannon, your last wave was a 3. You need a 2.91 to go into second place. There's 7 minutes remaining. Priority red, second priority green. Yes, Braden, you're in second place. You have first priority. You have a 1.9 and a 4. All right, Cannon Carr can't get into it. It looked like he was hoping that right might reform and got up against the rocks. Doesn't happen. Right now, all eyes on Braden in the red with priority, needing a score, wants to get rid of the 1.90. The Surfers in third and fourth, so capable of getting massive scores. We saw it in the heats the other day. Cannon, you're in fourth place. You need a 2.91. You're also in fourth priority with 6 minutes left. Here we go. Our surfer, Luke Ginaldo, in third, surfing. Oh, he comes unstuck, so he will not get the 2.41 that he needed. An unfortunate slip. Braden, patient out the back, still holding priority. Do we have Cannon Carr on the right? Yes, we do on the inside. He knows he is smart, competitive surfer. That's all he does. He knows how to surf to a 2.91. Will this be the score to get him up into second? Regardless, Braden not safe with that 1.9 and 5 minutes, still with priority. So this is, Cannon was hunting these rights earlier. He got this one now, so nice opening turn. It looks like it's just going to get him the requirement, not by much. The wave flattened out. A 3.25, Cannon, you got a 3.25. That puts you into second quickly. Braden, you still have first priority. You need a 2.25. Here we go. Nope, Braden, not paddling.
4 minutes 30 remaining.
And Luke underneath him real quickly just slams a quickie. A 2 for 1. Nice sharp surfing from Luke Ginaldo, needing a 2.75. Braden couldn't get that wave, and Luke got it right underneath him. So that is going to shift it again. Luke will get the score he needs. Braden was just about 3 feet, 4 feet too far out, and maybe he didn't want to commit his priority paddle to that wave, but it works out for Luke. Green, you got a 3.85. Now you are in second. Cannon, you drop to third. You need a 4.10 now. Braden, you still have first priority. You're in fourth. You need a 3.35. So hopefully you can hear the scores that we're delivering. It looks like red not committing to paddling to that wave. Dylan Horde in the white, out in the lead still. So Braden had paddled in, looking for something. Then, of course, a set bombs out the back. I don't know where Cannon is, but there he is, over by the rocks. Two minutes and 45 seconds. Braden, you still have first priority. Now you need a 3.35. Cannon, your last wave was a 3.25. You're in third place, needing a 4.10. Luke, your last wave, a 3.85, got you into second place. Oh, man, beautiful. Well, he was out in the lead. I thought that wave was going to open up for a second turn. The drone angle made it deceived me.
And deceives the surfers too. That's how difficult it is.
Yeah. Surfing blind, surfing on braille. Time winding down. Braden's been holding priority since the 8-minute mark or 7-minute mark. In that time, he went from second now to fourth because Cannon and Luke got waves that bettered their scoreline. Oh, nice drawn out cruisy layback.
Might still get rid of that 4.65. It'll be close. So Cannon's out there in the lineup.
And he's up.
So nice opening carve. Ramps up down here. And he hits. Oh, and he comes unstuck. So that being a 4.10 required would most likely have been the score. But he goes down. And he's back on his board, paddling out with 1 minute to go.
A frantic paddle, because that's, I don't know if he can do it in under a minute. All eyes on our local boy, Braden Jones. He has under 1 minute with priority to find a wave to get himself a 3.35.
There's a wave coming. That's the replay there. Oh, he just gets off tilt. So 3.35 required for red. Still a score to drop for Luke, but it's not looking like one that'll factor in.
Which is good news for Braden, because that is
Here he goes.
Here we go.
Red's up. Nice opening carve there. He's pumping down the line. Another drawn out carve, and he'll have a little end section here, and he banks that one off the top, and he rides out of it as well. So clutch.
In the dying
4,
second.
3, 2, 1.
Well, it looks like he might have done all he needed to do. We will see where the judges go with this score. Holding priority for 7 odd minutes, and the stats were changing. Needed a 3.35. Had to get rid of the 1.9 in his score line. Where will we go?
Well, it was complete.
You can see he's riding a bigger board.
Yeah.
That rail line on that smaller wave, maybe not fitting as much, but indications early seeming that the judges awarding him the score to get the requirement. There it is.
Enough. He gets a score, 4.85. Red goes into second, and White taking that one out. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back very shortly.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back to the SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay, presented by Surfing for Hope. And if you're just joining us, we had some fireworks in the end of that last heat with the local Braden Jones with a clutch wave at the end, coming in a second, just pipping Luke Quinaldo, and Dylan Horde taking the win of that last heat. So always nice to see the local hero. Literally, he's a firefighter, but to come in clutch, last 10 seconds, to get that wave, Baldy, that's goosebumps.
Oh, yeah, we got to love it. And, you know, sitting out there, keeping himself centered, keeping calm, keeping the faith, literally down to the, what was it, 6 second mark, something like that, and gets the wave.
Boy, I was counting down when he was on the wave still, yeah.
Yeah. So, and hearing us or not hearing us, saying, hey, you have priority, things have shifted, you need a wave. Anyway, incredible stuff for the local boy. Moving into the round of 16, which might happen today. In this heat, in the red, Adam Bartlett. In the blue, Luke Weiler. In the white, Davi Toledo. And in the green, Wheeler Hasberg. So we saw all 4 of these guys ripping in the round before this. Here they are now. We had a few surfers up, quick up and downs, throwaway 1-point rides. Ooh, wow, nice finish there for Luke Weiler. sometimes between looking at the monitor, Matt, and looking live at the big playing field,
Yeah,
they're like a
is.
dot on the face of the wave out there.
Yeah, it's funny. There's a lot less vision in real life today, where in previous days it's been a lot easier to track in real life. But here's this replay of Luke, and hammers that one off the top. So a great big single maneuver.
I love how he's just continuing his board speed in that finish there.
So we're going to catch up with Dylan Horde of that last heat. Baldy, if you want to give them an interview. But Luke Weiler, an 8.75. An 8.75 for Blues opening wave, and deservedly so.
You want to go to it? Wow, 8.75 for Luke Weiler. What a finish. And here we go, our surfer in green. Wheeler, always so solid on his board, picking great lines. Was having all kinds of great chats with brother Brad Gerlach, who works with him for years, the last 2 years now. Young Wheeler. But really right now, star of the show, Luke, with that opener, 8.75. Here's a nice replay. Wheeler getting a wave that almost made sense for at least one section. Well, we are ready. Matt Janowski, take it away with Dylan Horde.
Dylan, you managed to find some long left-handers out there. When you're looking at that sparse lineup, like today, us viewing from this commentary booth, it's really difficult to spot you guys in the lineup. Is it a lot harder in the lineup than previous days to find those little pockets?
Yeah, it's pretty hard. I mean, there's a lot of water moving out there too, so it's like you think you're in the zone, and then all of a sudden it's like breaking where you wanted to sit, and then you end up paddling over there, and then a bomb set comes, and you end up like just everywhere. So it's almost kind of like luck of the draw if you get a good one or whatever, but I kind of had a little zone that I eyeballed before my heat and kind of stuck to it and found a good left, and yeah, I'm stoked.
And you're exhausted, no doubt, from paddling and walking around. Do you understand when you look back out, you just see that wall of whitewash, are you intending just to walk around, or are you just going to try and give it a go for a few duck dives and see what happens?
You kind of got to do the runaround. I mean, once you get over to the rocks, it's easy. It just kind of sucks you right out. I mean, you're probably going to spend way more time just like trying to get through all those sets. It's pretty consistent too. It's like you think there's going to be a lull, and then all of a sudden there's just another bomb set after another bomb set. So yeah, probably just do the runarounds like the best call for sure. I mean, it makes you gasp, but you got to do it.
And just a regular roundtail shortboard, a 6'1", feeling pretty chunky out there, pretty solid?
Yeah, yeah, this is just like my normal kind of shortboard. It's like an inch bigger. Sometimes I ride like a 5'11" when it's like smaller, or not even smaller, just like a normal day. But yeah, it's working good. I'm stoked on it. Thanks, Olin, for making me a good board.
Looking good. We'll see you in the next round, likely tomorrow. We're going to go back to live action.
All right, thanks, guys. Good job, Dylan. Round of 16 coming up. Still waiting on the score to lock in for Wheeler. That hasn't quite locked in yet. Luke Weiler got an 8.75, the high score of the day. What an opener. We'll go back to those replays eventually, but it was really about how precise, and he was gaining speed through the lip, finishing the turn. And again, it's one of those things that when you see it, you know it. It's hard to describe it. You can talk about it 1,000 different ways, but when it happens real time, it translates, and the score drops in immediately. So that's what happened. Luke Weiler with an 8.75. There we go. Wheeler, your opening wave, a 3.50. Green, a 3.5 on your opening wave. Adam with a 1. Luke with an 8.75. Priority is with Dave Toledo, who hasn't had a wave yet, in white. And no priorities established for anyone else just because they're paddling back out and around. I love the energy and the vibe that Davi Toledo was bringing in his post-heat interview last time, loving his boards, feeling really comfortable, loose and relaxed. I loved it, the shout-outs he was giving to all his friends and family back in San Clemente. You got to think that's pretty cool if his brother tunes in. What a mentor to have. Surf mentor, 2-time world champion. And we love the way that the whole family carries himself. Such a bond and unit. We need more of that good family strength. And they're a great example of it, the Toledo family. So if you're wondering and you've never been up to the Central Coast in Morro Bay, that is what part of it looks like. Just massive sweeping beaches, the rolling hills behind, so much to do. Up and behind those hills is Paso Robles and then San Luis Obispo proper, Cal Poly College. There's the river mouth that's on the just north of where we're commentating from. And you see as this drone angle sweeps up this incredible Estero Beach towards Cayucas and then further on up around the point. We get over that hill into Cambria and up into San Simeon and Hearst Castle. Yeah, you often see whales out in this bay. A beautiful place, so come join us. Visit SLO CAL. Thank you for being the title sponsor year after year. Thank you to Surfing for Hope for being the feature and main sponsor. There's a big event happening up at Rock Brewery in San Luis Obispo tomorrow night. Tom Curran's playing, so come down to the merchandise booth, inquire, get your tickets, or go online, surfingforhope.org. It's going to be a beautiful, fun evening. There's a great view of the bay behind, Montaña de Oro in the background, the bay, all the boats moored in the harbor yesterday. Although that looks so calm and happy, it was wild and woolly in front of the rock. That's looking back across some of the Morros going east and inland, and the classic Morro Bay stacks. So a thriving community here. Come visit us. You see the whole setup. That's where we are. But now, all action. Back out in the lineup. We had Luke Wheeler get a short wave, a 1.3, and still waiting now for David Toledo to get himself on a wave. Plenty of time, 19.5 minutes left. And it looks like we have Wheeler quick in and out, so that'll be a throwaway for him.
There we have Matt Myers just taking this time. It's happened quite a few times today. That's Luke Weiler doing the runaround. So Luke, 1.3 to go, that 8.75, 18 minutes, 45 remaining. 18 minutes, 45.
Well, no doubt he's saying, look, you opened with an 8.75. Just get a nice backup to that. Matt Myers with his special coaching boots, right? Not afraid to walk down into the water.
David Toledo with a spin to win on the end. We'll see what happened at the beginning of that wave. That's how Surfer and White opening up his account. So it'll be an 18-minute heat for Davy, which is fine. He'll hopefully sneak back out and build on that heat total. Oh, so right, faded back to the left, and all in that one reverse, and he rides out and then catches a rail. So deemed 1.5, yeah, deemed incomplete.
Yeah.
And also a bit of a non-event from today's standards. It wasn't a critical section, and
he just wanted to get going. Here we go. Was this the replay of Wheeler?
No, this is live action.
Oh, this is live. Excuse me. Wheeler always sets himself in the. Oh, how about how he extended out of that and went fins free through the carve? I love the way his upper body stays quiet. He uses the power and extension of his arms when he needs to, but in that wave, he just sort of let him
6 flat.
hang out. Six flat.
I'm going to deliver that to him in a sec, but watch this here. So a little snap here. Bang. Redirects. Now comes off the bottom, checks himself, washes off the speed, sends it up, comes down. Had he just gone forward and just looked up and claimed that, it may have even gone a little higher rather than looking for a little bit more, but that's us with the luxury of the vision of the replay as well. But a 6 flat, that's a great score,
So
especially with that 3.5.
you think he could have gotten a few more digits out of a bit of a claim?
Yeah. Oh,
why
just
not?
to show the intention
Yeah.
of the single, because that's what the judges have said they're looking for, is that single turn, that single major maneuver.
He strikes me as such a quiet, inside kid, confident, but he's not he feels a little uncomfortable maybe showing it like that.
For sure, yeah. Well, there's other ways to show that for sure, but let's deliver these scores to these surfers in a moment, and the hands will go up any second. I'm waiting for everyone to duck dive, including Wheeler. We've got Davy down there, so where is everyone? Okay, someone's up and riding now. This is red, Adam Bartlett. A pink board, red rash vest, making it visible. Foamy, and he gets the completion. So also just looking to build on his heat total. It's going to be a 16-minute heat. That one, a bit of a throwaway at this point. All right, I can see down the beach, Davy. Nice opening carve. You've got the red rails there, making it easy for us to spot. Wow, and just falling off, catching a rail. He's been glued to his board this event so far. So he's way down. He's in the current down the beach, so he'll make his way back out, but he's going to be situated on the other peak.
He's going to be quite a ways down there, but what I like that the easy to see the red and pink on the whitewash. Sort of a
3-point ride for Adam. Your last wave of 3. You're still in 4th place. You're looking for a 6.5, Red. A 6.5 required. 15 minutes remaining.
Well, even though Davey fell at the end, the judge is still giving him a 3-point.
3-point ride?
Yep, for the first executed turn or two. Right now, Blue in the lead, Wheeler in second. Well, if Davy gets back out, he's going to. He's up the beach. We can see the drone on him. He will. He has priority, even though he's off to the north all alone. Probably doesn't hear us, but Davey, your last wave was a 3-point ride. Looks like he's riding the same board that he was 2 days ago. That painted red rail with the black X's painted on it. Or possibly it's the same paint job, just a step-up board.
True. Yeah, that's very common. A lot of the surfers, especially in years gone past, they have the same quiver all the way through, especially big wave surfers.
Keep a theme.
Man,
that's their branding, right?
It is, exactly right. So Davy's way down here. That's the drone angle. We can't even see the rock on the left. So, I'll try and get the voice across to him. Still got waves. So 13 minutes, 30 remaining. Red in 4th. White 3rd. White looking for a 6.5. Green in 2nd. Looking for a 4.06 to go to 1st. And Luke Weiler in blue, you're still out in the lead with the 8.75 and a 1.3. So there he goes, White. I was going to say get a right to come back over here. It only needs to be 1, maybe 2 turns. Something with an extravagant end turn. Just to maybe mid-range, just to get into this heat. Doesn't have to get that 6.5 in its entirety right now. But obviously, it would be great. But a 3 backup, yeah. It would be sufficient, especially if it's a super dynamic right. But he's capable of doing that in one maneuver.
Davey.
Yeah.
Yo. Yeah, I'm waiting.
I'm putting myself in the competitor's shoes. He has the priority down there.
You'd rather put yourself in the competitor's shoes than Matt Meyer's boots, right?
For sure.
He's going to have trench boot. But that's commitment, coach commitment. Wet feet all day. Here we go. Up and riding. His student, Luke Weiler, excuse me.
A lot of similarities there, though.
Yeah, I looked out. Black wetsuit, blue regular foot,
Whiteboard.
same physical, stature at the moment. A long one for Luke, so he will surf this way through, get another little rundown from the coach. He'll run around. We can deliver the score. He's going to get the 1.3 out of the score line, extend his lead big time,
Smart.
and be so safe out in first.
Here's Davy down the beach. This is White. Nope, not taking off in this one.
So it's going to come through a mid-range score for Luke as we sort of, know the scale the judges have set. There was a lot of lateral surfing, a lot of moving across the foam. A 4.5, Luke. 4.5 on your last wave. So now you have a 13.25 two-wave total. Wheeler, you have first priority. You're in second. Davi, second priority. You need a 6.5, and Adam, you have third priority. You also need a 6.5.
Interesting to note that we have Adam Bartlett almost sitting, close to off the rock. He was pretty close, and there's a couple lefts that are coming in the shadow of the rock as well. Small, medium-sized, not a major set, but offering some scoreability. So we'll see where that factors into it, but we're following with Davy, who's now got second priority. He's paddled, but he's way down the beach, so it doesn't bother anyone.
Well, it's not like today that the scale has said, hey, you have to get bomb sets and do huge moves.
No.
If you got a clean, just head-high runner that had vertical face and, got the opportunity for a few really critical turns, you could go into the excellent range easy. So good strategy for Adam Bennett up against the rock there. Looks like Davi eyeing this one up way down the beach. We'll keep a look. In the white, our surfer from Brazil in San Clemente. That wave not giving much for him.
I can tell you that on the right-hander, we just had Wheeler go absolutely ape on that wave. Went crazy. So, so Davey went left and on the right. So, Luke out in the lead, 13.25. Heat total of 4.5 your last wave, 9 minutes 45. Wheeler still dropping your score.
Love to digest this. Ooh, that's what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Super hammer, a la Richard Cram.
And then that time he
listened.
Well, I'm not going to say that, but he's conditioned to do that.
He was feeling that one big time, coming into a big, strong section, aces it into the flats.
Showing the control and authority over the end section, finishing and completing on his own terms.
Yes.
All right, big score for Green, about to drop. Big score. It's going excellent. The recipe is there, an 8.9 for Green. He's into the lead. Luke Weiler in blue, you now need a 6.16 to go into first. Davy Toledo, you're in combination. You need 13.25. And red, Adam Bartlett, you need a 13.25 as well. So green, blue, white, and red. In that order.
Well, beautiful stuff. Two excellent scores in this heat. An 8.75 that was Luke's opener, and now the fifth wave of Wheeler goes across that flat section, drops into that guttering bomb, and completes a beautiful lip ride out into the flats. We'll get a nice replay.
And the judging criteria
everyone.
looking for committed surfing and single major moments. Big wave, and it's ramped up, came at him, and he hit it, and he lands down. And considering what we've seen in the last few heats, that was a section that came at him. It's one of the rights that didn't back off. It wasn't groveling surfing, and he didn't want any more. He showed the judges that was what he intended to do, and he achieved it. An 8.9, well awarded, given the scale of the heat and the day. 7 minutes 40 remaining. course, we're not comparing to yesterday or the other day. We're not comparing to Surf Ranch. We're not comparing to Sunset. We're comparing to Morro Bay, heat number 6 today. And that was an excellent score.
And when he took off, you knew, because he could have done the quick cut back onto that inside section, but he was eyeing it up the whole way, went across that top flat section, did the big roll in, knowing all along one big massive turn. Beautiful stuff from Wheeler. Wow, so tough times for Davey and Adam in that combination, but Davi got a quick wave, a 3.55, so he is out of that combination situation. So he's got 7 minutes to slowly dig his way out of that, get himself in, get a mid-range score, a 7 or something like that, and try to finish needing just a 2.
Well, it's going to be tough, but given what we just saw, it's very possible to get, a mid-9.
Yeah.
You need the wave, obviously, but the precedent is set. So here he goes, White. He's going to try and take that total. He probably can't hear us, so we're going to give I'm waiting for this next wave to pass, and we'll give another update. So if you guys want to block your speakers at home, this is going to be a loud one, because I really want to try and get this message across to all the competitors. So 6 minutes remaining. Green in the lead, blue in second, Davy and White, you're in third. You need a 9.7. Red, you're a priority, you're in combination. 13.25, 6 minutes to go. Green first, blue second, white third, red fourth. All right, green in first, blue in second. Blue, you need a 6.16 to go the lead. White, you need a 9.7. You're in third. Red, you're in fourth. You're in combination. 13.25.
We've got a split peak situation, or not split peak.
And just under 5 minutes remaining, 4 minutes 40. So things really coming down to the wire here, trying to get these messages across to the surfers. And that was, I think, Luke in blue.
That was. Wheeler had one that he just rode across and cut out. Then Luke the same.
That's cool. He'll just pop out in the corner.
Just over 3 minutes left. Situation still the same. Davi did get a 3.55 and get himself out of the combination situation. We know that there's opportunity for high, excellent scores, as we've got an 8.9 and an 8.75 ridden in this heat. All it takes is a 10, right? One wave and you have life. Adam stuck inside. looking at his equipment, he needs, well, he's combination situation. He needs 2 waves to get himself a total of 13.25. 2 minutes and 25 seconds left here. Wheeler out in the lead, Luke in second.
So I think at this point, Red is looking for a left perhaps, or just a quick bang bang on the right, so he's able to get back out there straight away. It'll just be a single turn, just to give him that opportunity to do it. And we have seen it a few times where people go from left and then come back to the right, but not today. It's been a lot harder to paddle out.
Yeah, it's such a tough ask in the conditions, for sure. You really got to get things done up until 5 minutes, unless it's a situation like Braden Jones where you're in 3rd or 4th but need a minor score and you have priority. So you can afford to just sit.
It is really coming down, and he's paddling for this. Does look good in live action. Here he goes. He's going through the chop. And this one's got a bowl on it. He hits it. Oh, and he's doesn't ride out of it, but that's exactly what he needed to do. That was wild, but he won't get out of combination, and this is all but over for him given the time, unless a miracle happens or an interference.
Yeah, and we've seen all those things happen over the years. So full-fledged commitment over the section. We'll see what happened in the replay here.
So he loads up here and he tees off. Bang! He knows he needed that. Oh, disconnects. Almost
like the board pushed back against him.
It's almost a good thing he didn't land.
Maybe
on that board.
Break his favorite board. We're down to under 1 minute. Situation remains the same. Wheeler in the lead. Luke in second. Davi with priority. Can he pull out something higher than a 9.70 and take himself into the next round? Here we go. Luke has something to say about that. He wants to get rid of the 4.5 and put Davi in a position that he can't. Beautiful opening turn, and doesn't make it around for the second. So not sure if that's going to change the score line. 20 seconds and dying. Davi Toledo needs a 9.7. Getting down to the wire. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, the heat is over, and Wheeler was riding a wave in. Not sure if that's going to change his 2-wave total, but we will take a quick break and come back into Heat 6. See you on.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
SLO CAL Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SLO CAL Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay, presented by Surfing for Hope Foundation and with our title sponsor, Visit SLO CAL. It's a gorgeous day here in Morro Bay. The waves are bombing. It looks like that's Dimitri Poulios maybe walking along the sand right there. And he'll be coming up later. Right now in this heat, Taj Lindblad, our current title holder from this event in February. Mackay Bray in the blue, Lucas Austin in the white, and Cole McCaffrey in the green. This is heat number 7 of the round of 32. So far, the field has been cut down in half. Round of 16 is where they're trying to get to, and on into the finals down the road.
So out there we have Taj, who's borrowing a board from Kalohe, a 6.2.
Oh, the board he
Step
rode
up.
the other day.
Yes.
Right? 'Cause
I would
Kalo-
imagine, unless he's got multiple.
Yeah,
6.2s, but
Kalohe's got like garages full.
So, yeah, I mean, it's a similar board to what he usually rides anyway, but just a step up, but probably felt like he wanted his normal shortboard on that wave. Of course, when we talk about step ups, usually it's just to handle the extra energy and increment. So here we have Mackay. Oh!
He found his way around it, but then gets consumed.
Sorry for the deep gurgle there, but that section was looming. It looked bumpy and lumpy, and just that anticipation, exciting wriggling in my seat.
Well, you know, here we are, we're 400, 500 yards away, and we feel the power from here. It's a whole different scenario when you're out there in it.
I'm going to go down and catch up with Wheeler after that last heat, and the highest scoring wave of the day.
Yes, take it away. A nice 14.9 two-wave total. Here we go. Taj. Oh, wow, there it is. Putting all 6.2 of that thing into the lip 2 times. Beautiful surfing there from Taj Lindblad. Give it up. Well, not just one, but 2 beautiful turns.
I did not expect that.
Oh, we're live. Let's go. Talking about that 8.9, after you finished the 6, you got 2 ruts. Okay, you couldn't hear anything, by the way, so the viewers at home, he's completely on his own accord. So the 6, you look for more on the end of the section, and I said, oh, had you have just stood upright, it was unbelievable. The next one was a bigger, meaner section. You smacked it, you came down, you sort of put your chest out. Did you know what you were looking for, or did you know that you already had a pretty healthy score and process that?
Yeah, I actually didn't really know what was going on out there. I remember like the 2 turn right, and I was like, I wonder what they'll go with that, and I just didn't know what it looked like. It felt pretty good, but so I just kind of went out there and surfed like any free surf, and just for 30 minutes try to get good waves and just try to hit the sections.
Yeah. Well, that you did. It was an amazing turn, the way that that wave came at you. Tell us what goes through your mind with the technique. What are you thinking of when you approach a section like that? Talk us through your process.
Yeah, it's really because I'm not thinking about anything really. I'm just kind of, I mean, I see the wave and I kind of see it like how it's gonna line up and stuff, but then I kind of let my subconscious take over, and I feel where I need to go, and yeah, I just kind of let it all come together and kind of see what happens.
Yeah, and it just shows because you can see the subconscious kicking into gear, and you feel so confident when you're coming down. What board were you riding out there? Was that the same board as the other day?
No, it's actually 1 inch bigger, and it's a board I haven't ridden in like a year, and I wasn't planning on riding it, but I just decided, hey, it's bigger, and I mean, I know when I did ride it, it felt really, really good, so I'm gonna hop on this board, and I just felt confident on it.
Yeah, and just for those viewers at home, we're just about to talk about step-ups and boards with bigger fins and whatnot. A lot of turbulence out there. It just when you're bottom turning, can you really feel the difference of a stronger, thicker, more cumbersome board?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I definitely felt way more comfortable out there, regardless of the size, which is nice just because, I mean, the board felt super stable and I felt really relaxed. So, yeah, I'm super stoked and thankful that I'm in the next round.
Cool. And the last thing, a shout out to anyone at home.
Yeah, I want to shout out to my sister, Jensen. Thanks for watching, and my parents, and then, yeah, Brad, watching at home, Xanadu, and, yeah, all the Mexico and California friends.
Cool. All right, back to live action. Bodie.
Oh, we love it. Go Wheeler. 8.9, that is the way. Well, exciting news. In the beginning of that heat, Taj Lindblad on that borrowed 6.2 of Kalohe Andino's goes. Sky's the limit. A 9.25 Taj on your opening left. Just blistered 2 searing, backhand, perfectly executed turns, gets a 9.25. So that is what we're talking about in the high excellent range. So just like that, Wheeler thought he had the high score of the day. Sorry, Taj goes out and aces it. So our past champion from last February of this event starts the heat off with a banger.
And a testament to that volume there, understanding equipment and how to adapt to your scenario, to the situations. So having a round tail, perhaps bigger boards, a little thicker, obviously that extra rail length, something to drive through the turbulence at the end of the day.
So you wonder if he's going to come in and be like, well, thanks, Kalohe. I love this board.
Yeah.
You've got plenty. I'll keep this. Wouldn't it be classic if they match up somewhere down the road, they both make it to the final, and Chloe's like, no, I'm riding that. Sorry, brah.
Well, it seems like we'll get a little smaller.
Yeah,
we'll
it
be
will.
concluding at the end of this round.
Yes.
Although there's some surfers who wish they could keep going. And this is Lucas. They're on a foamy wave, but just looking to open up his account here and get some points on the board.
Well,
nice combo.
Yeah, although it was foamy and turbulent, it didn't seem to impede his pace at all, right? He just powered through and carried on rail and was gaining speed. So Searing. Great work from Lucas Oten on that wave. Well, we are here. If you're just jumping in with us, round of 32, men's heat number 7. Coming up next is the final heat of this round. Parker Cohn, Sam Coffey, Kai Gale, Grani, and Dimitri Puyo. So another stacked heat. Who will make it through from this round into the next? The round of 16 around the corner. 30-minute heats. We extended the time by 5 minutes because the swell was so wild and woolly, giving these competitors a little more breathing room, just that 5 minutes extra to, look for their top 2 waves. Lots of time spent paddling and duck diving. So a great call by the directors of the event today. Surfers, we're down to 21 minutes. Taj, you opened with a 9.25. Your first wave, a 9.25. Makai, you have a 1 and a 1.35. Our other 2 surfers haven't, or Lucas, sorry, we're waiting on that score for your last wave. Beautifully surfed, searing through the foam, the foamy face of that wave. Still waiting on the score to get locked in. Looks like our replay is back up. A 4.15. Lucas in the white. A 4.15 goes into second. Priority with green. Cole uses his first priority. Whoa, crazy stuff there. Makai had second priority, and priority interference straight up. We do have the priority monitor above the judges and ourselves, the mid-state container. Cole McCaffrey within his rights to take that wave. Makai just maybe didn't realize he had second priority. Green had first, so now priority red, second priority white. So effectively that is going to create a situation for our surfer in blue that he will only be scored on his highest 1 wave at the end of the heat. We have seen through this event 1 or 2 surfers, one I remember advancing with a priority interference. He still got second. So yep, so there it is, locked in. Unfortunate for Mackay. Hard to hear, no doubt. We try to orate the situation, the time, the priorities, the numbers, everything, but there is a visual monitor that they're aware of that sits above the judging tower. A big, giant light box that shows the 4 colors and puts the number on it, who has priority. Well, thanks for joining us, everyone, here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. It is 2023, and we are nestled into this hamlet, the Central Coast. If you want to hang out with us a little more tomorrow night, get your tickets for the Surfing for Hope Foundation big gala event with Tom Curran playing. And you can inquire at the Surfing for Hope merchandise booth. Grab yourself a gift on the way. See what you like. There's some beautiful hoodies and hats and cups and badges. There's all sorts of good things there. And you can also get a ticket to the Rock Brewery setting in San Luis Obispo tomorrow night. Come join us for the big event. Well, it looks like Taj Lindblad in the red with first priority. He wants to see how this board really works. Looking good. Nice grab rail bottom turn.
Sick.
Yeah, sweet 2-turn combination.
Oh
boy.
yes.
So it's nice to see fellas ride a little bit more
And
length.
a foam climb, leveraging the extra.
Yes.
Yeah, sweet. That was cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's always funny how surfers want to ride something smaller. They get into power, and then the board just doesn't handle it.
Look at him surfing that one all the way across into the corner.
So much comfort.
Yeah. But here's this grab rail just to get it up tighter, because it is a bigger board, and then cuts the second carve short so he can send it up in the lip in the next. And I love this, just sensible, maybe not that, but that was cute. And here, just trimming this one through and just pumping and just staying on it all the way to the inside so he can paddle out. 15 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
And just casually gets a 7.25.
7.25 to go with your 9.25. Red out in the lead. White. Combination. You're looking to back up your 4.15. White's in second with just the 4.15. Blue in third. Green in fourth. And here goes green.
Cole just can't get around that inside section.
15 minutes remaining. Highest heat total of today so far. Taj Lindblad in red. So this is Lucas here, currently in second place. Just a couple of marginal scores, and here, ramping up, smashes that one off the top. Sends some spray of that foamy section skyward, and he'll surf that one on his belly all the way through to the inside of the rock, and he'll use that travelator rip to get back out. 14 minutes remaining. I'm going to be updating his scores very shortly, so if you guys want to block your ears at home, I'm going to yell into the speakers and give the surfers their requirements. They are the priority. We're sharing the beach announcement with the live webcast. Unique scenario. So here it is that replay. Nice power carve. Gets back in the pocket. And it's all about this end turn. Goes across the flats. Sending that one skyward. So not as dramatic as it appeared in live action, but 5.5, White's last wave, 5.5, you're in second. A 4.15 and a 5.5. Green, you're now looking for an 8.7 in third. And blue, you're looking for a 9.65. Blue, a 9.65 required. So red, white, green and blue in that order. 13 minutes, 10 remaining. We have Green having a look at this. This is Cole. Really got to get moving in this heat. And another up and off. So just a pair of .95s. Despite the interference, Mackay and Cole haven't started to fire in this heat. Lucas warming up to the occasion, but Taj, he has heated up. 9.25 and a 7.25 on a borrowed board. He's feeling confident. As you can see, the onshore wind starting to feather up. We're looking at now some northwest wind gusts at saying 3 knots on the forecast, but it's definitely feeling a little breezier down here on the beach. A little sea breeze coming up, and the surfers will almost definitely not be able to hear their requirements with that onshore breeze, but we'll try and give another update as we approach the 10-minute mark shortly. Tide is another hour of low tide to drop. Pretty low today in comparison to the other days we had the storm surges, so red out in the lead, a 9.25 and a 7.25. White, you're in second, looking to drop a 4.15 as your low. Cole, you're in green, you need an 8.55, and blue, you require a 9.65. And green, off again. So hunting an 8.55, that's not going to do it. Not only does he have to stay in his board, but he has to build some momentum in this heat. It'll come down to a 10-minute heat, but it is possible. You can see off there to Morro Rock, it's a bit more of a west-northwest swell, so the waves were coming between the finger and Morro Rock in previous days, but today it's more straight on. If you look at the very top of the screen there, on top of the rock, you got those birds, and they're not tiny birds. They're actually, you know, about 10 inches tall, so it gives you an indication of just how big that smaller structure is and how big the waves are too. You can see as we're zooming out there. So yeah, they're about a foot tall as they're standing up. Big wingspan there as well. And the waves were crashing up there this morning. Some of the sets this morning have been half the size of that rock, and even going over the rock at times. And there's behind, beautiful drone angle there from Runnermark visuals as we pan across. So the waves were breaking out behind there yesterday, just to give an indication, and it's amazing to see the sheer nature on show here in Morro Bay and SLO County. Beautiful. If you go north, you can go south. Bring your hiking boots, mountain bike. Even just bring the family to go hang out and check out some of the wildlife. Got some amazing otters and seals hanging around. Great fish. Some great waves, not so much with this wind right now, but still lots of scoring opportunity. But at least to paddle out is much easier than what it was this morning. We have some action coming. Split between the lefts and the rights. We've seen some of the major maneuvers being performed on the rights. But this one's a left. We're going to go with red. This is Taj. He's off. That's his third wave. And on the right, we actually had Lucas currently in second place. So these guys just running away with their win. And they would have been caught inside from that one behind because that was a large wave. As it hits, wow. Just as we said, that one, half the size of the finger rock. There we have Bob Vogel. He's the co-founder of the Surfing for Hope Foundation. They're tucking into a burrito with some of the locals. You can see the merch for the Surfing for Hope organization down there next to the 805 tent. And that's the judging booth right next to us. And if you want to get involved, you can sign up online to the event that we have on the Friday night. Go onto the Surfing for Hope website or come on down to the beach and check out what this event's about. Get an Iron Wolf coffee situated next door and check out all the festivities down here. But there's the priority on top. First, second. I'm going to give you a little, that's us on the right-hand side of your screen, and it's the priority there. And we have our 5-minute and finish heat marking there. That's the disc that gets spun, so the surfers know if they can't hear us, they look behind and see if it's green, red, or yellow. It goes yellow at the 5-minute mark. And uniquely enough, the viewers are listening to what the surfers are hearing.
Yeah, that is the nature of these events. It's a double duty for us. Jeff Baldwin, Matt Janowski bringing you all the goods. It's so much fun. And yeah, the surfers doing their best to hear what we have to say to deliver the priority and the scores and the updated times, everything that's going on. I just checked in with Laura and Jenny down at the Surfing for Hope merchandise booth. Things are going along well for them, so thank you to everyone for stopping by, getting some event swag. I saw one of the jerseys I was saying earlier up at the Top Dog coffee shop, so the local community always so supportive of this event. At some point, maybe towards finals, we'll get Bob Vogelin up in here, the co-founder of Surfing for Hope Foundation. He's got such an amazing story, saturated in surf history, been a surfer. There he is right there on the screen. Thank you very much for being you. We love Bob. He's a surfer through and through from the earliest days. His life story is so fun, and I've had the opportunity over these years to sit with him and get that story.
Cool.
And his journey up into the Central Coast. You were saying you were with Randy Rarick,
yep,
borrowing one of his big guns, early season Hawaii, getting sunset with no one out, testing that West Peak on one of his big rhino chasers. And he and Bob had just been speaking on the phone right around the time you were there. So it's great, you know, the web of surfing extending around the planet. And what's so cool, too, you know, is it's an ageless, timeless thing. Randy Rarick has been involved since the inception back on the North Shore, you know, photographer, competitor, mentor,
event organizer, shaper,
yeah,
designer,
yeah, everything you
visionary.
Can imagine. And it's like that, you know, all ages respect one another. It's great. I'm around young 12-year-olds and younger. I'm around older surfers and every age in between. And everyone just goes, we relate because we do this same thing. We have this unique one passion.
Surfing is truly one of the true equalizers in the world, where a 16-year-old and a 66-year-old can share in mutual passion with the ocean. And that's the ability to, you know, for cancer survivors and patients to live in the present and enjoy that community around you. And Riding Waves has that ability to unite us, but also make us feel the grace and the power of Mother Nature and forget all the pressures. And someone who's not forgetting the pressures, 3 minutes to go, Cole, he's had a heat to forget so far. And that one.
Oh, that was
no,
a
that
quick,
was White. That was Lucas.
That was
that was
Mackay who had
So-
the priority interference, unfortunately, in the beginning of the heat. So he and Cole having a tough one out there, both in a combination situation. So even though Cole, had the advantage of not getting the interference, he's had priority a few times. He has first priority. He's scooting into this one, taking off late in the foam, racing around the section, hoping for something. That one does not open up for any successful finish for Cole McCaffrey. Just under 3 minutes left. Taj Lindblad, what a heat. He this replay, there we go. This was the earliest wave, the first wave, a 9.25. And who knows how many times he'd ever ridden that board that he borrowed from Kalohe. So never. That was his first experience on that sled.
Yep.
That's why I said maybe he's going to go in and go, I think I need to keep this one.
Yep, channeling some of that 90s energy where they were riding bigger boards regularly. You saw a lot of foam out the front, although they were only 17, well, they were all under 18 inches wide. That was a common scenario. When you see someone go vertical, you'd see a lot of board left up above the lip.
A lot of rocker, a narrow and thin boards. Yeah, funny times, huh? Mathea David back in the day was the only one that bucked the trend and rode a foamy, thick monster of a board, his hot buttards.
Yeah, Tom Curran too, up against Matt Hoy when they were having a heat together. He rode
the twin fin,
a keel fish.
The fish. No,
and won.
Someone posted that recently. It was pretty funny. A classic throwback. I don't know what the handle is. 80s surfing, something like that. But yeah, Tom Curran's, electing to ride the keel fish, and Hoyo going, "You're not going to beat me on
There's
that."
There's certain heats at events that we've had on the QS and the Challenger Series where you wouldn't have minded a hybrid board like that, on some of those high tide heats. But here goes Blue. This is Mackay. Just trying to build his heat total so it doesn't. That'll do it. It's not going to get him out of combination. Perhaps we'll see, but with 1:20 left, we'll give him that update anyway. So he'll hear us approaching the 1 minute mark. Mackay, 1 minute.
And what a great anecdotal moment. Tom already with world titles, maybe, thinking, I'm into riding alternative craft. I'm about to start on the search. I'm having fun with other things. Why not ride this fish in this heat?
A 4.85 for Blue, 4.85. With that interference, you're still in combination.
Yeah, anyway, so many stories like that. And Hoyo just in full froth mode going, oh, no, I'm on my 3-fin. I'm going to rip. I'm going to shred. And Tom goes out and waxes them.
Well, if you want to hear more, come on down Friday night to the fundraising gig and we'll
get some stories in between songs.
That final 25 seconds. It's a very different lineup to what we had obviously yesterday and this morning. That lower tide approaching in about 45 minutes. Counting this one out. 10 seconds remaining. All right, counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That concludes Heat 7, but Taj Lindblad from the get-go comfortably taking that win, the highest heat total of the day and the highest single wave as well, with the 925 on a borrowed board. So we're going to go to a break and we're going to come back for the final heat of the day.
In the land of SLOCAL, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLOCAL now.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And come join us December 8th for our 12th annual Cancer Benefit Concert featuring Tom Curran. See you there.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLOCAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back, everybody. Matt Janowski and Jeff Baldwin here, bringing you the final heat of the day. Is that what I heard?
That's it.
Okay, we're not going into the men's round of 16. Here we are. Parker Cohen in the red, Sam Coffey in the blue, Kai Gailgrani in the white, and Dimitri Poulios in the green. It's been an incredible day, an exciting day, frothy big surf, the swell slowly easing off from yesterday's wild and woolly conditions. We don't even know how big it was, but it was massive. And so the surfers had a day off today. They showed back up this morning. We had to kind of push the start time back an hour. And as the tide settled in and the sun came out, the surfers have gone out and executed. We just saw Taj Lindblad with a 9.25, the highest score of the event so far. But straight into the action right now in red in this heat, Parker Cohen finding one of those beautiful, clean, open lefts off the rock to start heat number 8 with. He is going to be happy with this. No need to finish this wave early. Just squeeze, wring every ounce of points available in that wave, come in and go around and paddle out on the right.
Very sensible decision just to keep going on that, staying busy, because inevitably it's not quantity maneuver, it's quality, but he's got to come in to paddle out anyway.
Yeah, we've only seen a few tight heats. That opening turn, beautiful, searing, full pressure on the toes, great weight distribution. And this is where you think, oh, it might finish.
Wow.
But he saw it's going to carry him all the way through to the next few wiggles, and then why not finish to the beach?
I see some Jack Robbo composure.
I like that.
Timing.
Yeah, the stature.
Parker, 6.25, your opening wave, 6.25. 26 minutes and 50 remaining. Great start. When you look out to the ominous lineup, a 6.25 right now is about as perfect start as you could. Maybe not as diverse as Taj's, which we'll catch up with him very, very shortly. A 9.25 in the opening moments of that heat before.
Yeah, right as you went to interview, he was on it within the first minute. So same strategy, he and Kalohe probably talking. Kalohe saying, hey, I sat up by the rock, hang out up there. It worked out for him. Nice opener. Same thing for Parker Cohen.
And there we have Kai hitting the end section on that one. It's so difficult to spot the white jersey and the in the white water, but unfortunately coming off his board in that last maneuver, we'll get the replay of that. I was watching the screen. I was watching live action out the front, and I couldn't see him, but the judges could, thankfully. So a 4 for Kai's last wave, a 4 for your opening wave, Kai. And this is it. Oh, it was okay. So it's off the screen. Now it's a really foamy one, this. So he gets a little hit here, nice. And he catches back up with it here, and eyes off this end section. That's such a shame he couldn't ride out of that, because that would have been a very dynamic end section maneuver. And the judges would have appreciated that. We'll go down and speak to Taj, who was had the highest heat total and the single wave score of the day.
What a way to finish, or what a way to take some confidence into the next round. Now that we're getting into the points and money end of the event, Dimitri Poulios opening up his scoring line with this first foamy left. Always so stable on his board. So some scores in. Parker Cohn opened with a 6.25. Kai got a 4.0 on his wave. Dimitri a quick 3.5. All right, so we're going to throw it down to our last heat winner, Taj Lindblad and Waxhead. Take it away.
A borrowed board, first wave, highest single wave score of the event, ended up getting the highest heat total. Is it a magic board already?
Yeah, I guess so. More foam. Foam is your friend. Simo always says.
There you go. Foam is your friend, especially out there going through the turbulence. Obviously, you had a great board to sear through all that whitewash, but what is it like duck diving, paddling around out there?
Yeah, there's a lot of water moving. I paddled out this morning just to like feel it on my shortboard, and I couldn't even stand up. I was like, oh, I need to ride a bigger board. So luckily, brother just let me ride it and worked out.
Definitely, and you guys got a tight-knit crew. In fact, I see a lot of camaraderie amongst the Californians in general, not just the different areas. How important is it to have like a board riders club or just a crew that you're surfing with and pushing yourself with?
Yeah, it's super sick. I mean, we're in an individual sport, so like any team effort always makes it better. So yeah, it's been epic.
And are the boys clapping, supporting you here, and you're getting many shout-outs, you know, sending you some love on social media?
Yeah, it's been sick. Yeah.
Well, keep it rolling. Do you want to say anything to them at home?
Yeah, say hi to my dad, sister, and mom, and my grandma. Yeah.
Perfect. We're going to roll into the last few minutes of the day with Boldy.
Nice. Great interview. Thank you. Good ripping. They're going to have to arm wrestle for that board, that 6-2. And then you just wonder, will Taj go enjoy the horsies that he has up here? But right now, Sam Coffey on a grower of a right. Nice speedy finish coming up into the oncoming left right there. That's going to be a good opener for Sam Coffey. Straight away, a 5.50. So now things are set. Parker Cohen in the lead. Sam Coffey in second. Kai Gale in third. And Dimitri down at the bottom. Each surfer just has the one wave, so we'll really set the table once second waves are ridden. So Taj really not giving up too many secrets about who gets the board after that heat. First wave and it's magic. I like it. Simo says, don't fight the foam. That's a long time thing that some of the older crew get that were surfing on foamier boards before Kelly Slater went and ruined it for everybody by saying, look how good I surf on these tiny little narrow rockered out boards. Everyone thought that was the standard of the day, but then realized they were just fighting it. It was just Kelly alone, and then someone like Taj Burrow really could do that well on chippy little boards.
Well, it opened up the careers for quite a number of surfers, but also spelled the end of the careers of a number.
Right.
I think of, you know, powerhouses like Kong,
Yes.
Gary Elkington.
Yeah.
You know, those guys, a lot of the Hawaiian men,
Yeah, they
power
just
surfers.
couldn't adapt to that type of equipment and the faster movement of it all.
Yeah, so we're just going to give a priority update. It's gone down, our system, the priority, so we can't update that. So
Oh, so the light box is down. So now it's really up to us, Matt.
But we don't have it any live. So surfers in the water, we do have neutral priority at the moment. The light box is down. The light box is down. Don't take any risks so far.
Well, all three up against the rock, so nothing's happening. There's a great drone angle of what we've been talking about, how they can nestle up into the corner. Look, they're actually paddling into the rock to try and avoid. If you get too far off, all of a sudden you get caught and you're pushed down the beach. So you really got to settle in, nestle up, hold your ground until the set goes by, and then make your angled paddle back out. As you can see, Parker paddling desperately at the rock. Great angle there. Yeah, no one's established, but the light box is down also. Is that what I heard?
That's what they said, but I just checked it. It's working fine.
No one can hear us right now. We're just having a discussion. Lightbox is down for those surfers, so the viewers at home get to really find out what's going on the beach. Yeah,
that's a great example there, Matt, of the drone doing such good work where the three surfers up against. And
Reds usually don't want to be anywhere near a rock when a set's coming, but Red's paddling in, Parker's paddling up against, and then, yeah, Green down the beach. He gets through that one. He's way down the beach too, so these surfers, strategy coming into it, and you see Kale trying to get out first, perhaps to get the priority, and he's got it. Priority is back. It was neutral.
I mean, that was pretty wild. So look, even Parker paddling in to stay out of the current, taking a little ripple in, paddling back up to the rock.
Because there's another one behind it.
Yeah, because it's really a fine margin. Within 20 yards, you get outside of that, and then you're gone. As you can see, Kai is a bit over there.
This thing has got a duck dive.
About to maybe get swept down the beach.
Yep.
And again, that
keep
rock.
in mind that finger rock's, up 40 feet.
It looks like a face. Like
it does. I noticed that.
The Winky Pop, the epic Winky Pop nose. From that angle, it has that.
On a tilted face.
A tilted face, yes. The Native American tilted face.
Whoa, that's a big one. So that one nearly going over the rock.
That's a really cool photo there.
So big power here. So the surfers, they're standing up on well overhead waves, but it's the ones that are not being surfed that are the large ones today, not the biggest waves of the day closing out. Great camera angles there from Run Amok Visuals, the man.
It's amazing. I've been at this event so many times, looked at that rock thousands of times, never saw that angle, that picture. Now I can't unsee it.
And it's probably only visible from this angle.
Yeah, but wild.
Down the beach, maybe not. In the surf, maybe a slightly different visual. But this is a really chopped up surf right now, and very timely that this is the last heat of the day.
Well, and just to give you a read on, the physical stamina, we talk about the training. We've sat here now for, 7 minutes, something like that. Parker still trying to nestle up against the rock, waiting for the waves to mellow out, for him to get out over.
Other competitors are out of screen. They've drifted back.
Yeah, they got carried away.
So you can see them on the inside here. Great camera work from the crew. So they've just 10 feet to the right of Parker, and they're out of the impact zone. So Kale's still got priority. So they gave the priority to him because he was out there, but now he's caught inside. So even though Parker doesn't have main priority, there's no one to bother him.
Yeah, so it's not surfing, but this is part of the whole competitive arena.
Yeah.
You're thrown into the lion's den, and you have to know what to do in every break. Where are the rip currents? Where is it safe? How do you use the ocean well? And we just saw that great example of him hugging the rock, paddling with all his strength back in and over to it the whole time. The other two surfers just got outside the current line, and they were washed. So I wonder where Dimitri is, somewhere down the beach in the lineup, if he's made it back out yet.
Yeah, he's midway out on the other side of the left.
Well, he surfs big beach breaks down there in Ventura when they're pumping, so I'm sure he's no stranger to this duck dive dance.
Yeah, interesting. A few surfers did go south and north yesterday to some of the point breaks.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, down to Santa Barbara, huh? Some of those other places.
And Santa Cruz.
And north, yes. Everything within 2 and 3.5 hours or so, 2 and 3 hours each direction.
Well, we're right in between.
Yeah.
LA and San
the
Francisco Bay.
Incredible. So we haven't seen this all day where 3 fit young surfers just getting manhandled by Mother Nature. They're doing everything. They haven't sat up and taken a break. They've paddled with all their strength the whole time, and this could be the moment where they squeak back out. This was the moment they were waiting for, the slight reprieve. And then once they do get back out, we'll quickly try to shout out who has what priority in the situation, as it was all suspended. So even though Dimitri was down the beach and might be back out now, he still has fourth priority because these other three surfers had sort of established their priority. They just got washed over and over.
Dimitri down the beach on the left after paddling non-stop for over 10 minutes. Finally gets a wave and he completes.
Well, we'll have to look to the replay on that one. All right, so here it is. White with first priority, red with second priority, blue with third priority. Kai, you need a 1.51. Here's Dimitri after you said he duck dove 50 waves and straight up into it. One nice finish turn there. Pencil drop out, and that's going to change the situation for him quickly.
Parker just up on another. We'll have to catch up with that. I don't know if he got a turn in on the outside, but he did stand up and ended up back in the corner. So round two.
Round two.
Let's hope it's not another 15 minutes.
All three surfers were basically in that boxing ring against the ropes, just getting hammers to the head. So 2 scores to come in quickly, or we're waiting for 2 scores to come in. We'll see how Parker does. That last set was quite long, so a lot of energy in it. That was pretty unique for the day. As we were saying, we hadn't seen, the surfers get pinned like that for that long.
Kai, so everyone getting a second wave here except for, I think, Sam. So here we go. This was Dimitri's wave. It's a replay. So just that single turn, sends it up in the lip. So, I mean, it was strong. Especially, I'm putting myself in a surfer's shoes and how exhausted I would be. And here goes Parker. So we'll see what he did on the outside. Gets low, compresses. Here he is, pushes into that turn. Lovely, like a carving re-entry. And just, hits the foam. So comparable scores for both surfers.
Isn't it amazing how the different venues determine the different thing? For some reason, that turn reminded me of something you do at Snapper, where you get 15 turns in a row, and those are just in between connection flows, But here today, that's a critical turn. Here we go again, up and riding. So Dimitri doing big work. Oh my goodness. What a powerful backhand hook for Dimitri.
Well, his last one was a 4.85, so I can't get that score to him just yet because he's just pencil dived, and thankfully not a 2-wave hold under like Levi in the first wave today. So that was a late takeoff there from Kai. Big bottom turn, whipping that one to the foam. So, just mistiming it a little bit, but complete nonetheless. So a 3.3 for Kai. And this was Sam's wave. We didn't see this one.
Yeah, so he has his backup.
Nice.
Ooh, steezy layback, nice finish. They're all gassed. They have to be gassed after what we just witnessed them.
So, Sam, you got a 4.2 in your last wave. Blue, a 4.2. You are in second. Blue in second. 10 minutes, 40 remaining. And the other surfers are out there in the lineup. They have no chance of that onshore of hearing what we are saying. They've got something more important, like their life, to worry about.
So a strong score coming in for Dimitri, even though he can't hear us. All of them. They've surfed so many heats. They have a gauge on what they're doing, what they think. Dimitri lands a 6.35 to back up the 4.85, jumps up into the lead. Parker in second with his opening 6.25. Then that last right, which was a 3.7. Sam Coffey in third with a 5.5 and a 4.2. And Kai with a 4 and a 3.3. White out the back with priority.
Dimitri, you are in the lead. You are coming first with a 6.35 and a 4.85. Just under 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, your last wave, Dimitri, was a 6.35. Put you up in the lead. 9.5 minutes.
Do you think a lot of the viewers out there, apart from the coaches and the surfers, would surf these waves?
No.
Do you think they could surf these waves?
Not. Oh, okay. Dimitri, you are in first place. Your last wave was a 6.35. Your second best wave, a 4.85. And there's 9 minutes left. That's just tripping me out. Yeah.
And the finger rock out there looking like a face, and there's a sailor's hat and even a rat's tail on the back. The order of the day, rat's tails and round tails.
Rat's Tails and Round Tails, the new blog. Waxhead's new blog.
Eight minutes remaining, so we have no more heats after this. And Baldy, you have the update for tomorrow.
That is right. Brian Robbins giving me the update. So tomorrow we'll have a 7:30 start with the women's round of 24, and then it's going to go into the men's round of 16, and then back into the women's and the men. And so it's all women's and men's tomorrow, 7:30 start. So we'll see you down here early. Shortboards, yes, we will glide into the longboards coming Saturday, which will be beautiful.
Cue the fog.
Cue the fog.
Sorry, Brian, to bring you back to Malibu a couple of months ago. That was very unfortunate.
Oh.
10-day waiting period, pick the best waves of the week, and then in comes the fog layer that wasn't just an hour or two. It was 2 days.
It was 2 days, and it would roll in, then roll out, and look like there was an opportunity, and then it would just come back in. They couldn't make a decision, and then the day, was it Sunday, when they officially called it off, it didn't come back in the whole day. It was so frustrating. Anyway, it was great being there.
Brian's doing a great job.
Yes, boy. Him and Darren Brillhard and the whole staff. I mean, there was a lot of logistics to execute, especially because it was at Malibu.
Let's do an update while we can hear us. So 6 minutes, 50 remaining. Green in the lead. Red in second. You require a 4.96 to go to first. Blue, you're in third. You need a 4.46. Kai in white, you have priority. You're in fourth. You need a 5.96 to go into the placings.
Well, it's amazing how we're sitting here watching it all day. The onshore is howling now.
Yeah.
It really took over in the last 2 heats or so. In the last hour, it, changes subtly, and all of a sudden, here it is in full force. That's right. So tomorrow, 7:30 start, women's round of 24, and then straight into the men's round of 16. We'll let you know. Might be back to 25-minute heats. We're not sure, but we know that the swell is mellowing out a bit. The intervals going down, the size going down, which is going to offer really fun surf like we saw maybe earlier in the week, Monday, Tuesday. And the sandbars, definitely the sand has been moving around. The sandbars groomed for the goodness. Who will get through this heat? Right now, Dimitri Poulios and Parker Cohn on the jump. Kai still in this, as well as Sam. Both surfers in third and fourth, not needing much. Blue needing a 4.46 to advance, and Kai with priority needing a 5.96. Super attainable scores. Plus, we love it as surf fans. We love a photo finish. We'd love them to jump up into those advancing spots, put the pressure back on Dimitri and Parker. We love the drama. We love watching the surfers having to dig deep.
So Sam hammers that one. Well done. Sam Coffey just teeing off on that section.
Right on cue. Right when we were saying we like him to dig deep. Sam Coffey digging deep. Will this be the 4.46 he needed? Now priority still with white. Second priority red. Sam Coffey to the lead with a 5.9 on your last wave. Blue, you are in first place. Dimitri in second. Parker, you're in third. Now you need a 4.96 to advance. And white, you need a 7.2. So the ante went up for both Parker and for Kai. Just under 4 minutes.
Yeah, that wave just popping out of nowhere, but showing it is possible. Didn't look like anything, and it was it. And here we go. This is Dimitri. Spicy surfing. 2 turns. Beautiful timing. Be able to fit those into that choppy face. And behind that, our surfer in white. Having a look at this. So this is Kai. This one running ahead for him. He's got some speed. Nice opening carve, smaller wave, but running neatly. Can he get an end section? And he does. A layback jam and puts too much into it. Falls on the heels. 3 minutes 15 to go. 3 minutes 15 to go.
Wow. Well, okay. Kai needed the 7.2. That won't take him there. Dimitri possibly bettering his 4.85. So all that would do would either put him in the lead or extend and really put more pressure on Parker, what he needs to get into second. Wow, Dimitri, he just surfs so in between the rails, you know. He's never outside of the rails, so that great footwork, great positioning and balance, weight distribution.
And Kai, great style too, just letting his board run out, a bit pumpy there, and then hits this one. Now knows he needs to put more on it. The wave didn't come back to meet him, so 2 minutes 30 left. He's got an interesting predicament because Dimitri has gone back into the lead with a 7.5. A 7.5 for green. A 7.5.
Wow. Well, the judges definitely appreciating that, right? You know, online with what we've seen all through the day, what we saw with Taj Lindblad and his backup wave.
We'll try and get an update to Parker out there, who's got priority, and we'll see. There he is. So we'll wait for this next wave. He's going to be waving frantically with 2 minutes to go. I'll wait for this one to go. And then I'm going to go loud. All right.
Is that
Red, Parker, you need a 5.15. You are back into third. Red, you're in third place. You need a 5.15. And Kai in white, he's duck diving. He can't hear. But green in first. Blue in second. Red in third. White in fourth.
Well, Matt, as it's winding down, the other two surfers, white and green, Dimitri in the lead, but still just pressing, paddling, wanting to get back out. Kai, knowing there's always hope until the last second, needs a 7.4. Parker with priority, out the back alone.
Parker's looking, I can see him moving north. He's moving across the bank, trying to maybe find one of those longer lefts or right, because there's no sets out the back, and he could find one with 45 seconds remaining. But Sam Coffey, he's paddling after him. He's going to try and hunt him down. You can see red to the middle of the screen out the back. You see white and green down the bottom. So 40 seconds to go. This is the fitness and the conscious breathing, knowing and storing your energy for this exact moment. If there's a wave, you need that composure to make the right decision. Here we go. Oh, Blue having a look at this. Sam, he doesn't need it, but just in case, he's going to try and hammer that one. And he rides out, and on the other side, green, Dimitri, heat leader. That's going to, he falls off in that. Counting it down to 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, there it is. It concludes. Parker doesn't get the opportunity. Look at it. What a trip. What a contrast. The bay looks so calm and happy and smooth. And then we were just looking at the wild onshore Pacific here in beautiful Morro Bay. That concludes the presentation here today. We will be back tomorrow for a 7:30 start. We'll be on the mic at 7:25. We are kicking in with the women's round of 24 and then moving into the men's round of 16. Jeff Baldwin and Matt Chanowski We've had a great day today. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Thanks for everyone on the beach. Great job to the athletes. Tune in tomorrow.
Some great surfing. Back on shortboards tomorrow, longboards on the weekend.
I can't wait. Gliding into the weekend. All right, everyone, have a great day.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Life on coast in Morro Bay.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLO CAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.